Our next item that I believe everybody here, most everybody here in Morro Bay have been waiting so patiently for, is item number 96, which is to consider termination of 2 existing leases and issuance of a new lease to PG&E for a limited term to coincide with the existing Nuclear Regulatory Commission licenses for the Diablo Canyon Power Plant.
Okay.
I will be giving, I'm sorry. Go.
Before you start the staff presentation, Ms. Lucchese, let me perhaps outline how
Please.
the proceedings will take place for this particular item. There's a lot of interest, and want to thank the members of the public who are participating from Morro Bay. We will begin with the staff presentation by our Executive Director, Ms. Lucchese, followed by a presentation by Geisha Williams, the President of PG&E Electric, who will have 20 minutes of time to present to us. We then will hear from the signing parties of the agreement, who are here. We then will switch down to Morro Bay and hear from, I believe we have some elected officials present in Morro Bay. We will hear from them, and then we will hear the rest of public testimony. Okay, so if you'll begin with the staff presentation.
Great, thank you. I just have a couple of pictures up here. I'll be speaking most of my presentation. I think we all know where Diablo Canyon is located by now. PG&E has submitted an application requesting the termination of 2 existing leases and the issuance of a new limited term lease for the continued use and maintenance of water intake structures, breakwaters, cooling water discharge channel, and other structures associated with the Diablo Canyon Power Plant located near Avila Beach in San Luis Obispo County. In August 1969, the Commission authorized a 49-year lease to PG&E for the water intake structures and breakwaters associated with the plant. This lease expires in August 2018. And in May 1970, the Commission authorized another 49-year lease to PG&E for a cooling water discharge channel associated with the plant. This lease expires on May 2019. PG&E has requested that these 2 leases be replaced by a new lease to run coterminously with the current operating licenses and expire at the same time as the expiration of its Nuclear Regulatory Commission licenses for the operation of the facility located onshore. At its December 18, 2015 public meeting, the Commission deferred action on PG&E's lease application, directing staff to analyze the level of review required under CEQA and as trustee pursuant to the Public Trust Doctrine. At both its February 9th meeting and April 5th meeting of this year, the Commission heard informational reports concerning various elements of the status of PG&E's lease application and federal relicensing application. I will first quickly address the CEQA issue, and then I will move into the public trust and best interest of the state analysis, and then conclude with just touching briefly on the potential of decommissioning. CEQA requires public agencies to consider project impacts to the existing conditions of the environment. When a public agency determines that a proposed project will have a potentially significant effect on the environment, the agency generally must prepare an EIR. Lease approvals for existing facilities, however, are generally categorically exempt from review. An exception to applying this categorical exemption, however, applies when there is a reasonable possibility that the activity will have a significant effect on the environment due to unusual circumstances. The activity in this particular situation is the authorization of a limited term lease for the continued use and maintenance of existing facilities located on state land and used to support the plant that's located onshore. The infrastructure that is the subject of the proposed lease has existed for over 40 years and are considered part of the existing environmental baseline. There are no operational or physical changes to the plant and existing facility in connection with the subject lease application. The issuance of the proposed limited term lease fits squarely into the categorical exemption for existing facilities under CEQA. The question is whether the exception to this exemption applies. It is within the Commission's authority to use its independent judgment based on the facts and substantial evidence to determine whether there is a reasonable possibility that the issuance of the proposed limited term interim lease will have a significant effect on the environment due to unusual circumstances. If the commission determines there is not a reasonable possibility that the issuance of a limited term lease for these existing facilities will have a significant effect on the environment due to unusual circumstances, then the consideration of this proposed lease is exempt from CEQA. Based on the information in the staff report and submitted as part of the record, staff recommends that the proposed limited term lease is exempt from CEQA as a categorical exemption, and that the unusual circumstance exception does not apply in this particular case. I will next talk briefly about the public trust analysis and best interest of the state analysis and recommendation. Of particular importance to this analysis is the most recent announcement on June 21st by PG&E, Friends of the Earth, Natural Resources Defense Council, Environment California, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 1245, the Coalition of California Utility Employees, and the Alliance for Nuclear Responsibility, who all announced a joint proposal governing the closure of the power plant at the expiration of its existing NRC operating licenses, and the orderly replacement of the power plant with a portfolio of greenhouse gas-free energy resources, including a commitment by PG&E to provide 55% of its total retail sales from eligible renewable energy resources. Pursuant to the common law public trust doctrine, the state manages its tidelands and submerged lands for the benefit of all people of the state for statewide public trust purposes and needs. In administering its responsibilities and exercising its discretionary authority, the Commission applies the principles of the public trust doctrine in harmony with other legal requirements and policy objectives of the state, including in this case SB 350 and the Water Board's once-through cooling policy, with consideration given to the specific factual context of the proposal and the needs and values of a healthy California society. While there are documented impacts due to marine life, due to the impingement and entrainment associated with once-through cooling, the state's once-through cooling policy, enforced by the Water Board, appropriately regulates these impacts. Weighing these existing baseline impacts in the context of the once-through cooling policy, the state's broader renewable energy policies and laws, and the terms of the joint proposal, including the commitment that PG&E will not seek to operate the plant beyond 2025, staff believes that approval of the proposed limited term lease for the existing facilities will not significantly interfere with the public trust upon such lands are held, or substantially impair the public rights to navigation, fisheries, or other public trust needs and values at this time, at this location, and for the limited term of the lease beginning June 28, 2016 and ending August 26, 2025. It's important to also note that the proposed lease contains numerous provisions that allow for the Commission's continuing exercise of supervisory control over these public trust lands. The proposed lease does not alienate the state's fee simple interest or permanently impair public rights. The proposed lease is limited to an approximate 9-year term and ensures that the operations would not be any longer than what the original licensing of the plant contemplated. I'm going to leave the details of the joint proposal to the speakers from PG&E and others on this, but it's of particular importance to highlight that the joint proposal, when implemented in its entirety under the oversight of the CPUC and others, will address significant statewide policy concerns associated with the shutdown of the plant in 2025, including replacement energy with non-GHG sources. It will include a workforce transition program and address impacts to the community. All of those speak to both balancing the public trust values and needs of this proposed lease, as well as what's in the best interest of the state. Importantly, the lease provides that in the event PG&E does not withdraw its application to renew its operating licenses for the plant pending with the NRC, and if the Commission has not received an application for a new lease by August 27, 2018, this proposed lease that's before you today will terminate. For all these stated reasons and the reasons stated in the staff report and contained in the record, staff recommends finding that that authorizing the proposed limited term lease does not substantially interfere with public trust needs and values, is in the best interest of the state, and is otherwise consistent with the common law public trust doctrine. I want to just briefly touch on decommissioning because I understand that there are a lot of concerns and questions revolving around that, and the decommissioning process is a very complex and long process that involves a lot more local, state, and federal agencies than just us, but we do have a role in that, the State Lands Commission. PG&E will be required to submit a new and separate lease application to the Commission for the use of state land for all the infrastructure that's associated with this lease for the period of time necessary to accommodate decommissioning activities and restore the lease premises consistent with the Commission's requirements. Specifically, in the proposed lease, PG&E is required to submit that plan by August 26, 2020. The Commission's review of the decommissioning project will be subject to environmental review under CEQA. There are many other potential federal, state, and local review and authorizations that will be required before PG&E undertakes any decommissioning activities, including the NRC, the Army Corps, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, National Marine Fisheries Service, U.S. EPA, California Coastal Commission, the Department of Fish and Wildlife, the Department of Toxic Substances Control, Regional Water Quality Control Board, and the County of San Luis Obispo. That concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lucchese. Why don't we call up Geisha Williams right now for PG&E Electric. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairwoman Yee, Lieutenant Governor Newsom, and Commissioner Ortega. I'm Geisha Williams, and I'm president of PG&E Electric, and I'm delighted to be here today to speak before you on the issue of the Diablo Canyon. I'd like to begin by thanking the Commission staff for their incredible and very hard work and detailed analysis for many, many months now. Thank you for that comprehensive report. And I'd also like to thank the commissioners, all of you, for really challenging us to think about a different type of clean energy future for California. And I believe that what we're proposing today really delivers on that challenge. As you know, PG&E has joined with labor and with leading environmental organizations to imagine a really different clean energy future for this great state. Together, we developed a proposal that would increase investment in energy efficiency, renewables, and storage while phasing out PG&E's production of nuclear power at Diablo Canyon in 2024 and 2025, at the same time that the original operating licenses come to an end. The proposal includes a PG&E commitment to a 55% renewable energy target by 2031, an unprecedented voluntary commitment by a major U.S. energy company, and frankly, a commitment that as I stand before you, I am proud to make. The parties to the proposal are varied, and they include the IBEW Local 1245, the Coalition of California Utility Employees, Friends of the Earth, the Natural Resources Defense Council, Environment California, and the Alliance for Nuclear Responsibility. This is a coalition of labor and environmental partners with diverse points of view. And that's why it's such a powerful statement that we collectively came to a shared vision for what we believe is the best and most responsible path forward when it respects to Diablo Canyon. A key element of this vision is that it recognizes the value of carbon-free nuclear power as an important bridge strategy over the next 8 to 9 years. This transition period will help to ensure that power remains affordable and, importantly, that we don't increase the use of fossil fuels while we move to support California's energy vision for the future. Equally important, the transition will provide essential time needed for our valued employees and for the community to effectively plan for the future, a future without Diablo Canyon. The day we announced our joint proposal, PG&E CEO Tony Early, IBEW Local 1245 Business Manager Tom Dalzell, and I were all on site at Diablo Canyon to explain our decision to our employees. We began a series of employee meetings at 5:15 in the morning, and the meetings went on till past 9:15 at night. We were able to touch about 1,000 of our 1,400 employees over the course of the day. As you can imagine, It was a very difficult day for our Diablo team, as they hoped that we would be seeking relicensing. We talked about our rationale for the decision, and we also talked about the need to finish safe and finish strong. We are immensely proud of Diablo Canyon's track record of industry-leading safety and reliability performance. These results, frankly, would not be possible without the dedication of the skilled team of professionals that run the plant day in and day out. To continue to deliver these positive results, the parties agreed that it's important for us to retain this team at Diablo. And that's why we've included in the joint proposal a package of retention benefits and retraining opportunities for our team that runs the plant every day. The feedback that we've been getting and continue to get from the employees during our meetings and after our meetings have been that they felt valued as a result of the proposed benefits. And they, frankly, in turn, value the certainty for themselves and for their families that the proposal represents. For the community, we're proposing a $50 million transition package. In essence, this keeps tax payments at current levels until 2025, and again, allows for essential planning for the future. Again, certainty being so very beneficial. Now, these employee and community benefits all would have to be approved by the CPUC, so there's much more work to be done. But that can't happen without your support first, here today. We need the lease extensions for our intake and outflow structures. To that end, we respectfully stand before you and ask that this extension be granted today without a requirement for an environmental impact report. Again, all we're requesting is a short-term, 6-year lease extension to accommodate existing operations. License renewal is off the table. The categorical exemption in CEQA for existing facilities clearly applies under these circumstances. Your staff agrees with the outcome, and so do our partners to the joint proposal. Put simply, we believe that an EIR is not legally required, necessary, or desirable. With your help, we can move forward. Move forward to a future where clean, affordable, renewable energy dominates our energy supply and helps us build a better California while doing more than any other state in the nation to protect our environment. I want to thank you for your leadership and for your commitment to moving our state forward. And last, I want to thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Let me now turn to the signers of the agreement with PG&E. And first, let me call up Eric Pica with Friends of the Earth, followed by Tom Dalzell with IBW 1245. And you'll have 3 minutes to address us.
Good morning. My name is Eric Pica, and I'm president of Friends of the Earth United States. I'd like to say a few words about the proposed lease. First, I'd like to thank you, Chair Yee, Lieutenant Governor Newsom, and Commissioner Cohen for the time and consideration that you and your staff have put into this lease. Friends of the Earth was started in 1969, in part in opposition to Diablo Canyon and nuclear power here in the state of California. Our 100,000 member plus activists care deeply and passionately about this issue and about your work here today. 7 days ago, Friends of the Earth, the Natural Resources Defense Council, Environment California, the Alliance for Nuclear Responsibility, with the IBEW Local 1245 and the Coalition of California Utility Employees, joined with PG&E in this landmark agreement, which will result in the closure of Diablo Canyon at the end of its license in 2025. And with its replacement of greenhouse gas-free portfolio of renewable energy, energy efficiency, and energy storage. This is an historic agreement for California, for the country, and for the world, and for everyone who's concerned about reducing nuclear power and reducing fossil fuel emissions and replacing renewable energy, and doing it in a way that is just to the workers at the facility as well as the community. This agreement has a broad array of support with Environmental Defense Fund, Environment America, and the Union of Concerned Scientists supporting. In regard to the issue before you, we want to emphasize that the early closure of Diablo, the last nuclear power plant in California, will have profoundly beneficial environmental impacts in terms of both the public trust resources and public safety. No license renewal means that we close the door on at least 20 more years of reactor operation and quite possibly 40 more years given the NRC's irresponsible consideration of additional 40-year leases. In light of this major change in circumstances occasioned by the agreement, Friends of the Earth has withdrawn its prior objections and supports the PG&E lease application. The specter of the Diablo plant continuing to operate over the long term was profoundly concerning to Friends of the Earth. But the PG&E agreement to withdraw its license renewal application is the game changer. The agreement effectively eliminates at least 2 decades of catastrophic risk from seismic events, and by bringing to an end the source of nearly 80% of California's once-through cooling ocean withdrawals, the agreement will reduce the OTC problems in the state to a fraction of what it is today. The benefit of this outcome to the environment and to the public trust resources in particular cannot be overstated. In 2025, as been reported, PG&E will be required a new title lease to accommodate the Diablo Canyon decommissioning activities over the 20 years following the closure. However, PG&E has expressly acknowledged in the agreement that the approval of such new leases will require CEQA review. Accordingly, the Commission will have the opportunity to fully review and require mitigation for any impacts associated with the future lease once PG&E decommissioning plans have been developed. This historic agreement reached on Diablo Canyon achieves in one fell swoop nearly all the benefits to public trust resources that the Commission sought when it approved its 2006 resolution calling for the phase out of the OTC facilities in California. In light of these benefits and the benefits that the agreement will have in charting a sustainable future for California, Friends of the Earth supports again PG&E's lease request and requests that the Commission approve the new lease as expeditiously as possible. As time is short, I'll refer you to the letters that we submitted with our partners, as well as Friends of Yours separate letter on the matter, and I'd be happy to answer questions if you have them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pica. Mr. Dalzell? And while you're coming up, Commissioners, after we hear from the parties that have signed on to the agreement, we'll open it up for some comments before we hear from further testimony. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Tom Dalzell. I am the business manager of IBW Local 1245. We are here to speak in support of the staff recommendation and lease extension. Local 1245 represents approximately 20,000 utility employees in California and Nevada, 11,000 of whom work for PG&E, 600 of whom work for Diablo Canyon. With me today are all the members of our executive board and officers, and a number of members from Diablo Canyon standing now, and a number of other PG&E Local 1245 members, so to support. And I thank Commissioners Newsom and Yee and the Governor's Office for the great respect shown our members throughout, beginning in April 5th and continuing to the present. The nature of compromise is we don't all get what we want. Nobody gets what they want in a big compromise, everything that they want. And while we would have preferred what Friends of the Earth saw as a specter of continued operation, we accept the fact that we do not make state energy policy. We do not make the decision, PG&E does, about whether to continue operating in light of state energy policy. And once that decision was made, and as PG&E began shaping the alliance for this agreement, our primary focus became protecting our members. And in that effort, I cannot thank Commissioners Yee and Newsom enough for the attention that they paid to that very issue with us and making sure that we were satisfied that our members were protected. We were able to negotiate a retention agreement with PG&E that will provide for an orderly transition away from employment at Diablo Canyon will help California without having a precipitous change. So we played the hand we were dealt, and I mean, it is historic that Friends of the Earth and PG&E and Local 1245 are all here agreeing to something. And as a little bit of human interest, I'm about to alienate our photographer. John Story was working for the Chronicle at the time of the construction of Diablo Canyon and was down there photographing the demonstrations against Diablo Canyon and got caught up in a police sweep. So he was there in the dawn of Diablo Canyon and is chronicling this next chapter. So thank you for all that you did for our members. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dessel. Just briefly, before we move to the next speakers, I want to thank the members who are here with you today. And I just have to say, having set foot at Diablo Canyon, I don't know that I can recall ever meeting a more dedicated group of professionals that to whom we rely on providing our energy needs. So thank you for the great diligence in operating the plant. Next, we have John Geesman with the Alliance for Nuclear Responsibility, along with Rochelle Becker, also with the Alliance, David Weissman with the Alliance. Please come forward. Good morning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is no particular joy in being the skunk at the picnic. Everybody agrees that PG&E would have a more legally defensible new lease at Diablo Canyon if it were preceded by an EIR. PG&E doesn't want you to do that. If PG&E wants to exempt a new lease from CEQA, they ought to sponsor legislation to accomplish that. PG&E doesn't want to do that. I continue to be mystified by PG&E's approach to risk and their desire to have you indemnify those risk calculations. I doubt that any one of you would purchase a new property with a waiver of your right to inspection or a waiver of your right to receive specified disclosures from the seller. Yet that is exactly what PG&E is asking you to do in this case. One has to wonder what information it is that would come out from a full CEQA review process that PG&E is so afraid of. They're asking you to indemnify their decisions if anything goes wrong at that plant during the remainder of this new lease. You will own that outcome for the remainder of your lives. And the company asking you to do that is the only utility licensee in the entire history of the commercial nuclear power industry ever to face prosecution from the federal government for 12 safety-related felonies and 1 obstruction of investigation felony. Common sense says you should perform an EIR.
Rochelle Becker, Executive Director of the Alliance for Nuclear Responsibility. We thank the joint parties for allowing us to make this presentation today. We are grateful that the joint parties came together, and we are looking forward to working with them. We know that you can never get anything accomplished by only speaking to each other. And you, commissioners, and the other joint parties, and the public in general, have done that. We have worked with the legislature, we have worked with every oversight agency, and what we are asking is the information that we have given to you be included in your record, so when you make that decision, we have dotted all of our I's and crossed all of our T's, and you have the information before you that we have so long worked for to make sure it was before every agency. We've litigated them, we've worked on legislation on them. These are issues that are very important to San Luis Obispo. We stand to lose a lot in San Luis Obispo, and we are very grateful to PG&E for considering our community and the workers in our community. for considering the environmental effects and going towards a renewable future. But this record needs to be complete, and so we ask that the information that we gave to you yesterday be included in the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weissman? Okay, very well, thank you. Next, let me have Peter Miller with the Natural Resources Defense Council come forward, followed by Mark Joseph with the Coalition of California Utility Employees.
Thank you, Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Peter Miller. I'm a senior scientist with the Natural Resources Defense Council. NRDC advocated last December that the State Lands Commission defer its decision on PG&E's request to extend its subtitle leases until the Commission could determine the appropriate level of review required under the California Environmental Quality Act. But the joint proposal is a game changer. The joint proposal is designed to help California meet our environmental and economic goals. It provides for an orderly and expeditious transition to replacing 100% of the power currently provided by Diablo Canyon with greenhouse gas-free energy efficiency and renewables. It addresses the needs of the workers and of the local community. It will help to keep energy affordable for California utility customers. And it provides a model for collaborative resolution of a complex energy issue that is fully consistent with California's ambitious environmental and academic goals. Critically, by committing to close the Diablo Canyon facility completely on a fixed time frame, PG&E will ultimately end the plant's harm to the ocean environment and remove other environmental impacts associated with the plant as well. Given the particular circumstances of this matter, NRDC agrees that the lease request is consistent with the public trust doctrine and is in the best interests of the state. PG&E will need to submit a new and separate subtitle lease application to the Commission to allow use of the ocean water intake and discharge structures for the period of time necessary to accommodate decommissioning activities. PG&E has explicitly acknowledged as part of the joint proposal that it expects the entire decommissioning process to be subject to full review under CEQA, which will allow for additional mitigation to address environmental impacts associated with shutting down and dismantling the plant. In addition, under the joint proposal, once PG&E begins decommissioning the Diablo Canyon facility, it will reduce its water intake rates and thus its impacts on marine life, even more than it would be required to do so under the OTC policy. Ultimately, upon complete shutdown, it will cease its ocean water intakes and the associated impacts altogether. California's coastline and productive ocean habitat support marine life that is of immense ecological, economic, and cultural value. For 3 decades, the Diablo Canyon Nuclear Power Plant has had a significant impact on the marine life in the region of the plant and the once pristine bay where it is located. Removing this impact to California's treasured marine wildlife and coastal habitats and replacing it with clean energy is something all Californians can celebrate. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. Morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Mark Joseph. I'm the attorney for the Coalition of California Utility Employees. We are a party to the agreement, and we also signed a letter to you asking you for the lease extension, and we support the staff recommendation. The Coalition of California Utility Employees, its member unions, represent employees at essentially all of the electric and gas utilities in California, both publicly owned and privately owned. And that gives us a sort of unique perspective because one of our member unions represented the employees who used to work at San Onofre Nuclear Plant. As you know, the San Onofre plant was closed precipitously, with hundreds of employees fired, with little warning, and with no time to plan. And what filled the energy gap was lots more generation from gas-fired power plants. So we had both an adverse impact on the employees and adverse impact on the environment, both with criteria air pollutants and greenhouse gases. In contrast with this agreement, we have a very different opportunity with Diablo Canyon. We'll have a planned, orderly transition, which will allow the employees to stay, keep the plant operating safely, to plan for their future, and to have a smooth transition. And we'll also have a smooth transition for the state's energy supply. We'll have time to develop the replacement resources, both energy efficiency and additional renewable generation and large-scale storage. That outcome is not automatic. It will require the CPUC to do its part and require all the parties involved, both including utilities, community choice aggregators, and electric service providers, all to do their part to develop the replacement. But it gives us time to do it in an orderly, thoughtful way, and not in dealing with the precipitous way that San Onofre closed. Therefore, we urge you to accept the staff recommendation. I also want to point out, you all should have received a letter from Robbie Hunter, President of the State Building Trades, supporting the agreement and the lease renewal. As he pointed out in the letter, this will continue to provide work for the building trades for the next 9 years, and will provide work in constructing the replacement resources, which will be used to replace Diablo Canyon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think what I'd like to do is stop here and open it up to comments by the commissioners. But before I do, let me just assure that anyone who has submitted anything in writing to us, those documents will be a matter of public record on this particular matter. Yes.
That's correct. Everything that has been submitted to us as of 8:30 this morning, around that time, has been provided to the commissioners, and a significant amount is located in your public comment package in front of you, and will be made part of the official record.
That's right. Thank you very much, Ms. Lucchese. What I'd like to do is ask Ms. Williams and Mr. Dalzell and Mr. Pica to come forward, just to be available for questions by the commissioners. And let me just kind of first start out by saying thank you for being here and really taking the time to address the commission today on this important matter. And if I could, maybe just start out with a couple questions for PG&E. So I applaud the ambitious proposal to really look at moving us into the energy future for California. And my first question relates to, obviously, we have the example of San Onofre, and just your sense of whether you perceive that natural gas is going to kind of rear its head at any point during this transition as a bridge to get to where we want to be with respect to renewables.
Thank you for that question, Madam Chair. Absolutely not. We believe very firmly that we have the ability to replace the required output from Diablo Canyon with 100% GHG-free resources. You know, we find ourselves in Northern California in a really fortunate spot. We have an abundant and diverse amount of non-GHG resources. Not every state, not every region can claim that, but we have wind, we have solar, we have biomass, we have geothermal, and we have here at PG&E the largest privately owned hydro system in the country, which includes 1,200 megawatts of pump storage at Helms. When you take all of that, plus the work we're doing on really building a demand response program, a really robust demand response program, higher levels of energy efficiency, and storage, right? We're also looking at storage, battery storage and other types of storage that are going to continue to be an important part of our state's energy landscape. You put all that together, and as I stand before you, I'm confident in our ability to be able to replace the required power from Diablo with non-GHG emitting resources. It's our North Star. It's what we believe in and why we committed to a higher RPS level.
Okay, very well. And then we've been getting a lot of correspondence with respect to what will happen over the next 9 years with respect to, I'm not sure it's increased seismic risk, but certainly there is always seismic risk given the proximity to multiple faults, as well as ongoing damage to marine life, and wanted to just hear your comments about those two particular issues.
Well, let me address the seismic risk first. Let me just say unequivocally, we believe that Diablo Canyon is seismically safe. It's probably the most studied facility from a seismic point of view in the country. Some people would even argue maybe in the world. And all the analysis, all the data that's been collected, all of the work, a lot of it after Fukushima, directed to us by the NRC, all of it points to Diablo Canyon being safe, being seismically safe and being able to handle the seismic conditions in and around the plant. This is an issue that will never end. We'll continue to learn, we'll continue to review, we'll continue to apply best lessons learned. But we've had an independent safety council, an independent peer review, look at all the results, and they have also, again, confirmed what we've always also found, that the plant is safe, continues to be safe, and of course with the license extension not being called for, having the plant end at 2024, 2025, a big part of the seismic risk will end at that point. But we feel really good about where we stand, the way the plant was designed and the way it was built to withstand the seismic issues around it.
Okay, and what about, excuse me, what about sea level rise?
On the sea level, the State Water Board has been obviously very focused on once-through cooling, and they've put together a requirements for all of the facilities in California, including Diablo Canyon. We are compliant with the state requirements for once-through cooling, and of course, the ultimate requirement in terms of being consistent with their objectives is the actual decision not to relicense. So we feel that we are in compliance, and not relicensing will end once-through cooling altogether at Diablo Canyon in 2025.
Great, okay. I appreciate also the attention to the community of San Luis Obispo. Obviously, there will be impacts. Are there provisions on top of the property tax commitment that will be under discussion going forward?
Absolutely. We look at the tax sort of protection, if you will, over the next 9 years as a beginning. We think it's the right thing. It gives the San Luis Obispo community an opportunity to plan for, again, a future without Diablo. We also have made a commitment to continue our emergency planning, our emergency preparedness activities with San Luis Obispo. We're also going to continue our charitable contributions, our corporate citizenship in and around. But I also want to say that by having the employees have certainty, having them be still living and working in San Luis Obispo, it continues to drive the economic engine of that community. And let's not forget the decommissioning work. The decommissioning work will be a massive construction project, and it'll last anywhere between 10 and 20 years. That also will provide some certainty to the community in terms of knowing that it has a strong partner in PG&E. One last thing that I'd like to mention is the decommissioning process. It'll take 2 to 3 years to come up with a comprehensive decommissioning plan. As part of that plan, one of the things that we'll have to do is figure out what to do with this amazing site, this beautiful, majestic site. And we will be inviting San Luis Obispo and other community stakeholders for their thoughts, so ultimately come up with the best path forward for this amazing property.
Mm-hmm. And on that point, any thoughts right now about what will happen to the fuel rods that are currently stored on site?
Well, the fuel rods, once that they're spent and that they've been used by the nuclear reactor, they're stored in a cooling pool for a period of time, normally around 7 years. That allows the temperature to be reduced, and then they're transferred to a dry cast storage facility that's on site. Our dry cast storage facility on site is ample enough, has sufficient capacity to be able to take on all of the spent fuel rods that have been used so far and that will be used between now and the end of 25. They'll be safely stored on site until the federal government ultimately delivers on its promise to have a long-term repository for spent fuel for all nuclear reactors across the country.
Great, thank you. And then one last question, if I may. We appreciate the tremendous amount of public input just in our commission proceeding today. What happens next with the agreement with respect to really articulating timelines, but more importantly, continued opportunities for public input?
Yes, thank you for that. So once we have the very important extension of the leases, which we hope we'll get today, the next step is really in the regulatory front, and our plan is to file with the CPUC by the end of July. Of course, the CPUC has a very thorough and robust public input process. We'll have public workshops, and our hope will be that we'll get input and perspective from many different parties, and that hopefully they'll support the proposal. Our expectation, we anticipate that the CPUC would make a decision on our proposal by the end of 2017, and shortly thereafter in 2018, we would issue our request for offer for energy efficiencies, which is 2,000 gigawatt hours. Our plan is to start the energy efficiency work while we still have Diablo Canyon operating to kind of get a bit of a running start, if you will, and reduce energy consumption. And then shortly after that, we would do a second request for offer for an all-resource, non-GHG energy procurement offering that, again, is very important that we get started on that. It takes between 5 and 7 years from the request for offer through CPUC approval to design, build, construction, for all of this to get steel in the ground to actually have renewable resources available to us. So time matters, and so we are on a forced march here. Today we're with you, next step CPUC, and then after that the important RFOs to replace the power from Diablo Canyon.
Okay. I thought I had understood that there was going to be a 30-day, I guess, public engagement for public input in between the time of our action and the CPUC
Yes,
process?
forgive me for that,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay.
In between now and the end of July, which is when we're actually going to file with the CPUC, there'll be a time for public input. We will have workshops, and we will gather input from interested stakeholders, and we will do that before we file with the CPUC. Thank you for that.
Okay, all right. And then probably the $64 million question, and this is obviously with some thoughts about what happened in San Onofre. To the best of your knowledge, do you think the new replacement energy sources will be at higher cost to ratepayers?
You know, that's a really great question. We don't think so, and I'll tell you why. There's multiple reasons why we don't think so. First of all, the total power output of Diablo Canyon is not needed in the future. We're seeing, you know, Californians take advantage of energy efficiency. We're seeing more and more adoption of private solar rooftop units. We're seeing more communities choosing community choice aggregation as a way of receiving their power. And what all this means is that customers, our customers, are consuming less energy. So first of all, we don't have to replace all of it. Our estimates are that we'll only need to replace between 40 and 50% of the power output from Diablo Canyon. And the second, we are very focused on renewables. And the great news about renewables and storage is that the price curves, right, the cost of renewables is steadily decreasing year over year over year. So between, again, continued focus on energy efficiency and helping our customers use less, renewables and storage prices that are going down, we take a step back. We believe that impact to our customers' bills as far as replacement power for Diablo, that it will not be an increase in cost. And as a matter of fact, our best estimate is it'll be less costly than relicensing Diablo past 2030.
Okay. Mr. Pica, you have a view about that?
I think part of the reason why this agreement is possible is that California over the last 40 years has done a great job in investing in energy efficiency and renewable energy. And this is possible, the shutdown of Diablo in a scheduled time frame is possible because of what the state has done. And we've looked at the modeling with PG&E, with our own outside consultants. We actually commissioned a Plan B report that looked at how do you replace Diablo's power, and we came to the same conclusions. And that's actually the basis of this agreement. The basis is we did independent assessment, PG&E did their own. We said we can do this in a way that gives an orderly phase out of Diablo Canyon and brings on energy efficiency, renewable energy, and energy storage at a cost competitive, if not cheaper way than what California is currently paying.
Okay, very well, thank you. Commissioner Newsom?
Yeah, and I'll save my broader comments for later, but in anticipation of those that are here in support of moving forward with an environmental review, I imagine the argument is if we do that, somehow information will come to light that will then force your hand to shut down sooner. And that somehow we are equipped and capable in that interim to provide the kind of alternative energy resources to mitigate the impacts of the closure of Diablo. Speak to that concern. Speak to the hundreds of letters and
Right.
emails that suggest that point. And give us a sense. You said 5 to 7 years to get approval on the large-scale energy efficiency storage, whatever it may be, before you can actually get that replacement. And give me a sense of, you know, what's the counter? What's the argument against that point of view?
I would say, thank you for that, by the way. That's a great question, and we've talked about that within PG&E as well. The most impressive, I think, and part of the historic nature of this agreement that we've reached with the joint parties is the fact that we have time, 8 to 9 years, to plan, to be thoughtful, to be comprehensive in our approach on the best path forward for a replacement scenario, if you will, for Diablo Canyon. An EIR takes time. It's not a simple 12-month or 18-month EIR, as you all know. There is lots of opportunity for appeal, lots of opportunity for reconsideration. I think earlier today we were listening to a presentation, and that particular EIR took 4 years, and it certainly wasn't Diablo Canyon on a cliff. It just takes long. And so from our point of view, the biggest negative impact associated with an EIR is the time delay and what it represents to our ability to have a thoughtful transition. It erodes the certainty. Erodes the certainty of our ability to replace Diablo Canyon with non-GHG related resources. It erodes the certainty, and this is not to be taken lightly, that our employees need in order to make decisions about what to do with their careers, whether to stay with Diablo or go work for another nuclear reactor somewhere, some other part of the country. And it erodes the certainty of our communities to know what's going to happen. Are we really going to have 9 years, or is this EIR going to put us in a position to potentially have an earlier shutdown and potentially be left with no other option but to replace these resources with fossil fuels? None of us want to do that. These 8 to 9 years are a gift. They're an amazing transition period, and an EIR does nothing to help us begin to move forward. There is no need for it. The plant continues to operate as it has. There is the facility will continue to run as it has run. There's an opportunity for CEQA review and EIR review and everything else for that matter in a post-nuclear age when we're decommissioning, and there'll be plenty of opportunity for that. But the EIR doesn't help. It pulls us back, reduces certainty, and doesn't give us the opportunity to take full advantage of the time that we have today.
And from Friends of the Earth perspective, I imagine you're getting calls from some of your colleagues, friends, saying, hey, we can do this tomorrow. We've got the capacity, the technology to replace this energy. Why are you signing up for something that takes 9 years when some of your colleagues, I imagine, think this could be done in 19 months?
And the commission should realize that Friends of the Earth was heavily engaged in the shutdown of the San Onofre nuclear power generation station in Southern California. And one of the lessons we learned there is that shutting down nuclear reactors is hard, right? You have to worry about the communities, you have to worry about the workers, and you have to worry about the replacement energy. And with this agreement, what we have done, and in my testimony when I said that this is a landmark agreement not only for the state of California, but for the country and for the world, we're getting our allies and colleagues around the world saying, this is the way you do it. You have time, you can bring on the right resources, and you can treat people right. We would love to have this reactor shut down tomorrow, but the practicalities are, and to do it responsibly, we have to let the energy efficiency come online, we have to let the renewable energies come online, and we have to make sure we keep these communities and these workers, we take care of them. And this is the best way forward.
Thank you. I asked questions that candidly I already heard the answers for, but since we're having an interim conversation in anticipation of, I imagine, the public comment forthcoming, I hope we have a dialogue with that public comment that's informed by what we just heard as well, because it would be interesting to me to get the feedback based upon what we've just heard, so we can have a fuller discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Newsom. All right, thank you. Why don't we turn our attention to our audience in Morro Bay at this point. We have, I think, a number of elected officials down there. Yes?
I believe there's 3.
Yes, they are from the San Luis Coastal Unified School District.
First, we have Councilmember Eric Howell, and next will be Supervisor Adam Hill.
Great.
Well, good morning, Commissioners, and good morning, Executive Director Lucchesi. My name is Eric Howell, Pismo Beach City Council member and member of the California Coastal Commission. I'd like to say that this agreement is a huge step forward for the California coast. I support the joint proposal and hope you will do so as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Howell.
Up next is Supervisor Adam Hill, followed by Ron Alsop.
Honorable Commissioners, Adam Hill from the Board of Supervisors in San Luis Obispo, and I represent the district in which the plant resides. I'm here to support the staff's recommendation on the leases. I believe that the agreement made by all parties is a very thoughtful and responsible way forward. And I did want to take advantage of what Lieutenant Governor Newsom recommended in terms of addressing some of these issues that were brought up in dialogue. A year before the tragedy in Fukushima, I led my board in supporting a letter that I wrote to the NRC to pause on the relicensing process until advanced seismic studies had been completed. And so this has been on our watch list from the beginning. We're confident that that not only have we done a fair amount on seismic studies, but this is an ongoing situation that will ensure the safety of the plant. And of course, as you know, at any time, the NRC is able to shut the plant down. On Madam Controller's questions as well, and also Lieutenant Governor's questions, the EIR process and some other things, as somebody who is often on the on land use for a living, I can say that there is something to what PG&E has said about the uncertainty and difficulty of any EIR process that could be much more than helpful on an information level, but basically become another football. And so we would hope that you would go with your staff's recommendation. We think this gives us enough time. I know I have actually had the pleasure of meeting both Controller Yee and Lieutenant Governor Newsom here in our community on several occasions. I think you know it's a great place. I think you know it's a place that has many resources for which we can move forward with, and I know that you care about our community. This agreement, 8 to 9 years, gives us an opportunity to go with the state on this transition we're making. If in fact the plant were to close in 2 years, I do not think that the state would be able to replace this energy with greenhouse gas emission-free energy. And I know that it would be utterly devastating to our community's economic welfare. This opportunity gives us a chance to do what we're already doing, which is advance the interests of economic development, to further our renewables ourselves, to help our tech sector, to continue to work with our university and our community college. All of these are the kinds of things that we can do in this period. And so I do sincerely thank you for the attention that you've given to this matter. I think that your staff has made a wise recommendation, and I believe our community and our state will be better off for it in the end. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Hill.
Our final elected official will be Ron Alsop.
Hello, for clarification, I'm an elected official. My name is Ron Alsop. I'm the Emergency Services Manager for the San Luis Obispo County Office of Emergency Services. We're the emergency management agency that is the lead for off-site emergency planning for Avila Canyon. We coordinate with the local cities, the locally based state agencies, the Governor's Office of Emergency Services, and a number of other agencies to do emergency planning for Diablo Canyon. We support the agreement as well, and as noted earlier, part of that agreement includes continued funding for emergency preparedness and emergency management. We've heard reference to San Onofre. When San Onofre closed, they did have a challenge with their emergency preparedness funding. Currently in California state law, we off-site agencies are reimbursed by the utility through the state of California for our emergency planning costs. That state law states it's for operating plants. So San Onofre had a challenge. When the plant stopped operating, then legally, the way the state law is written, there was no more funding. If we have a sudden shutdown within a couple of years, we're foreseeing the same problem here locally. Versus with the agreement, we have 9 years to transition down, and even after the plant closure, there's a wording within the agreement that we'll be working on that continues the funding for some time to come, and we certainly appreciate that. There's another aspect of this too, is we get reimbursed for our emergency preparedness costs, but there are other costs that benefit the public safety that PG&E pays for directly. For example, the early warning siren systems, the sirens that were put in for Diablo Canyon, but we can use for any type of emergency notification. Those are paid directly by PG&E, kept by PG&E, although we at the county level would be the ones that, for lack of a better term, would push the button if needed. So a lot of other resources. Our emergency operations center is funded directly by Diablo Canyon, so there are a lot of other resources too. So the agreement would give us is 9 years and beyond to transition our emergency planning. And another somewhat related aspect is the Nuclear Regulatory Commission is currently evaluating emergency planning and preparedness for after-plant closures. They're looking at their regulations on should they change requirements for after-plant closures and what should those be. This will give having the agreement and over the coming years will also give us a chance to continue to provide input to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission on that process, which we already have. Our office provided input to the NRC in March, so that's going along well as well. So we certainly support the agreement and thus the extension of the leases. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alsop. I believe we have the San Luis Obispo County Sheriff in the audience. Is he Ian Parkinson? Oh, I'm sorry, he's up. Well, come on.
Oh.
We'll get you while we. I'm sorry. You were.
There we go.
Yeah.
We're on. Well, good morning, and thank you for your time and efforts and attention to this. And just for the record, John back there, I was not part of that dragnet that he got picked up in back in the day. So my name is Ian Parkinson. I'm the Sheriff Coroner of San Luis Obispo, and also I sit on as a commissioner on the California Seismic Safety Commission. This matter is extremely important to me. I know that Ron Alsop, our OES director, just spoke to some of the issues, so I'm going to try to shorten what I have to say. It is my hope that the land use permit be granted with PG&E without any special conditions that would facilitate a premature closure of the plant before the operating license expires. The abrupt closure, as you well know, will have a profound effect on public safety for us because of the lack of funding, the lack of coordination that we enjoy with PG&E now. As the regional coordinator, sheriff regional coordinator for our area, and a real partner with PG&E, it's extremely important that we have this plan that allows us to decommission Diablo Canyon and provide safety at the same time. As you know, as a sheriff, I'm responsible for providing safety for the citizens. As a matter of fact, I have a great relationship with PG&E. A couple of years ago, we started a task force, a Sheriff's Task Force on Public Safety, which involves a number of stakeholders in the community, but most important is our volunteer organizations bringing them under one umbrella. That effort was funded by PG&E in recognition of our efforts to provide safety to our citizens. Some of the items that were mentioned by Ron Alsop, I don't want to belabor, but there's a couple important things I just want to point out to you, that our maintenance of 131 early warning sirens is a direct result of PG&E's contribution. My dispatch center sits in the PG&E building on my site and is staffed 24/7 with a watch commander with very specific protocols on the activation of these sirens to notify the community. An immediate closure of Diablo would not really immediately alleviate the dangers that the community is going to have, but yet it would take away probably a significant amount of funding and make my job much more difficult. And ultimately, what's more important than my job, of course, is the community as less safe. Our reverse 911 system, which notifies our citizens of a variety of emergencies, emergency alerting messaging, tone alert radios is all part of what Diablo Canyon has put in place. And it's used not only for our service to Diablo or the concern with any issue at Diablo, but also for wildland fires, tsunami warnings, which we tend to get on the coast, things such as that. And so I think it's extremely important. I'll just wrap this up and say this, that the closure of the plant will not make the danger disappear, as I stated. Our county still has an obligation. We have a partnership with Diablo. Having this period of time to decommission it right is going to enable us to recover economically over this process. As you know, as well as I do, we just came out of a very poor time for our finances. We've worked our way out of it. Our county does a fantastic job of managing it, but we have a partner in there in PG&E, and I think with the closure, being able to transition out, I think will give us the opportunity to do it smart, as I think has been indicated by many people already. So I appreciate again your time and effort, and I really hope you consider what's most important right here is our community. So thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff Parkinson. Ms. Lucchese?
I believe we have an additional 3 elected officials at our Morro Bay location.
Yes, I think they're with the school district, is that
Yeah,
correct?
I think-
Okay, very well. We will switch back to Morro Bay then and call up Derek Lennox, Ellen Sheffer. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
sorry. Oh, you're all here. You're playing
They're
tricks
here,
on-
but I think we have 3 additional
3
in
additional
Morro
ones,
Bay
okay.
that you actually don't have slips for.
Okay, very well.
So-
Okay, why don't we continue with the elected officials here?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Derek Lennox. I'm here on behalf of the San Luis Coastal Unified School District, and I'll be introducing 2 other folks down in Morro Bay. San Luis Coastal Unified has a really unique experience because of the proximity that it has to Diablo Canyon. It represents and serves the community that's immediately surrounding the power plant. Part of that symbiotic relationship with the power plant is that it's been able to provide really exemplary services to the educational community down there, and that's really its first priority. But in light of the joint proposal and the decision to decommission, inherent in that is extreme budget uncertainty, and it's really tremendous uncertainty for that school district because they rely disproportionately on the local tax revenues that come from the power plant. So while San Luis Coastal does support the staff recommendations today, we are particularly concerned about how robust exactly the community mitigation program is going to be. And to elaborate more on that, I'll introduce first Ellen Sheffer, a trustee of the school board, as well as Dr. Eric Prater, the district superintendent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ellen Sheffer?
Ellen Sheffer, and then next Eric Prater.
Good morning. My name is Ellen Sheffer, and I serve as a trustee of the San Luis Coastal Unified School District. As a trustee, I take pride in our district's ability to excel, even though there are very real challenges facing our state's educational system. San Luis Coastal Unified School District includes 10 elementary schools, 2 middle schools, 2 comprehensive high schools, and 1 continuation high school. Of these schools, we have earned the honors of including 3 blue ribbon schools and 7 distinguished schools within our district. We have a dual immersion elementary school, and we offer preschool for our low-income families. We have a STEAM-based middle school and a high school that offers project-based learning. We also serve 6,000 adults in our adult education programs, and those include GED classes, parenting classes, as well as activities for seniors. We're very proud of our 98% graduation rate and the fact that more than 70% of our graduates attend college. Many members of the PG&E community also belong to our school district community. Their families are involved in our schools. Their children are in our classrooms. Their spouses may be employees of our district. Their neighbors participate in the success of our district. Our schools have benefited from their contributions of time, talent, and treasure. We are appreciative and gratified for those contributions. Removing the Diablo Canyon Power Plant creates significant financial uncertainty for our students and their families. While many groups here today have strong and informed positions on whether the power plant should close, we are here for one reason. Our school district, which has served Diablo for its entire history, has a duty to plan for the drastic revenue losses we are now facing. That duty extends to PG as well. The uncertainty and disruption created by Diablo Canyon's closure can only be mitigated by providing the community enough time and resources to successfully make this important transition. We therefore support the staff recommendation to authorize a new lease through 2025, but also know that the modest community impacts mitigation program is very unlikely, insufficient to ensure that our schools are held harmless. To speak more about why the mitigation program is not nearly robust enough, you'll now hear from Eric Prater, our superintendent of San Luis Coastal Unified School District. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Prater, and I am the superintendent of San Luis Coastal Unified School District. It should be noted that we have 7,500 students that we educate with over 1,000 employees. We are grateful that 40 years of enhanced revenues from PG&E have enabled our school district to build and sustain educational programs and services that improve the lives of our students. It is not an exaggeration to say that San Luis Coastal Unified School District is one of the finest in the state of California. Last year, we received over $10 million in tax revenue directly from PG&E. This represents 12% of our funding. Virtually all of that revenue will be lost to our district and our students when Diablo Canyon closes. Our legacy will therefore be defined by whether 10 years from now we can offer our students, parents, and employees with the same level of high-quality education that we do today. It is a difficult challenge and a unique one for San Luis Coastal, but one we believe is attainable. This brings me to today's agenda item. While we support the staff recommendation to authorize a new lease through 2025, we question whether the joint proposal's community impacts mitigation program is in fact robust, as suggested in the staff report. The mitigation program proposes to commit $49.5 million over the next 9 years to the county for the loss of property taxes associated with the declining rate base in Diablo Canyon. $49.5 million is significant for our county, but our one school district alone receives over $10 million each year directly from PG&E. In addition to these revenues, our county assists 15 other schools and community college districts. In sum, the 2025 transition timeline provides notice and time to plan. That's a good thing, certainly something we appreciate and are sincerely grateful for. So we ask the Commission to adopt the staff recommendations and to also understand that the resources proposed in the mitigation program are not nearly enough to adequately transition the community that PG&E has called home for over 40 years. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Dr. Prater. At this point, Jennifer?
Oh, I was just going to suggest maybe a 5-minute break
Yes.
at this point, if the commission is amenable to that.
Sure.
Business, the standard rhetoric that comes from politics, that we, the people, as landlords, for an entity that is about to abandon one of our properties, we need an EIS to make sure they're not leaving us with wreckage. And I can't even imagine business-like politicians thinking that they can offer an idea that we don't need an inspection of our own property before they abandon it. So that just, it flies in the face of common logic. But the other aspect, and I'm from San Francisco, where $1 million is nothing. You can't even get a postage stamp house for $1 million. So to hear San Luis Obispo thinking that they're going to get $10 million a year, that's 10 pennies. And so when you start looking at the value of our property, PG&E just said it's beautiful coastline land. Well, if this beautiful coastline land is being given back to us in a damaged state, we need to have an actual financial real estate study of how much it was depreciated and how much we need to get back from them. So from San Francisco, we're very familiar with headline after headline after headline of PG&E fraud and murder, organized crime in the destruction of San Bruno with that pipeline, that for 60 years they were embezzling the safety money. Not 49 years, as was earlier claimed, that we don't need to look at things that are older, as old as 49 years. We can look at pattern and practice of PG&E stealing the safety money, and using fraud to cover it up. So we need to make sure that our property is returned in safe and clean condition, and we don't need to have people claiming that we don't need the right to inspect our own property. That's just, I can't even, since I've got a matter of seconds left, I question three different PG&E.
Your time is up, but please make it brief.
Three different PUC figures claimed that they are organized crime. They said they are organized crime. PG&E is organized crime.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Grace. Next, we'll call up Gretchen Dumas, as well as Ben Davis Jr. Please come forward.
Good morning. My name is Gretchen Dumas, and I am here representing the Immaculate Heart Community, a nonprofit organization that operates a spiritual retreat center in Santa Barbara County, less than 100 miles from the Diablo Canyon Nuclear Power Plant. I also am a cancer survivor, having suffered from both melanoma and thyroid cancer, both of which can be caused by radioactive emissions. I also used to practice law and once had a CEQA case before the California Supreme Court. So I know something about CEQA and categorical exemptions. Given that, when I heard about what you're considering today, I was shocked. The leases that PG&E has asked you to grant are precisely the kind of project that CEQA was intended to address. I had no idea the state's approval for a facility as dangerous and poisonous as Diablo Canyon has never, I repeat, never gone through a formal environmental review process. And yet, here is a request for a further lease that should trigger a thorough environmental review. I have learned from the health studies provided to you by the World Business Academy that the continuing emissions of radioactive isotopes that will result from the continued operation of this plant will cause an increase in infant mortality in San Luis Obispo County. This is appalling and unacceptable. PG&E must take all necessary steps to shut this plant down permanently as soon as reasonably possible without at the same time increasing the emissions of greenhouse gases associated with its electric power business. On the issue that you have before you today, you must recognize that your decision will unquestionably address, quote, unusual circumstances. I guess my time is up.
Thank you very much. Mr. Davis? Following Mr. Davis, we'll have Matt Renner, as well as Lawrence Chassett with the World Business Academy.
Thank you very much. I'm Ben Davis, Jr. At your last hearing, I brought you a copy of a case that I was involved in the 80s, which is very, very similar to this case. It is the only case that has the similarity of this one in that it involves a nuclear power plant and the application of the California Environmental Quality Act. It's also very similar because the County of Sacramento, like yourself, did not own the nuclear power plant, which was under consideration, but had to approve a project to allow the continued operation of that power plant. Like yourself, like you're considering, Sacramento County took an exemption to that, and I took them to court, and the Court of Appeals agreed with me that the exemption was not appropriate for that action and sent it back to Sacramento County, who started doing an environmental impact report. Now, unlike this case, but very similarly, the County of Sacramento took a statutory exemption 21080B4, I believe. You're taking a categorical exemption. The difference between these two exemptions is that a categorical exemption is a class of project that the legislature has determined will not, as a category, have an impact on the environment. Statutory exemptions are classes of projects which may have a effect on the environment, but the legislature in its wisdom has determined should be exempt either way. The particular categorical exemption that you chose is very interesting because it's kind of a hybrid of both of these. It does require this unusual findings requirement, which suggests that this project might have an environmental impact, but allows you to take this categorical exemption anyway. It's a very unusual requirement in CEQA, and it puts quite a burden on your staff to provide you with an excellent record to show that you've really considered that issue. It also puts a very stiff burden on myself or any person who's considering litigating this, because we have to exhaust our administrative remedies and provide a record to show that your staff has not given you the appropriate foundation for making the decision you're considering. You have not given me enough time to provide you with that record. This document that came out late Friday gave me only the weekend and Monday to determine what I needed to provide you to exhaust my administrative remedies and provide you with a record showing that you don't have a basis for your decision. In that time, I tried to access last meeting that I came to where I provided you with this decision. Your computers were down. I could not get that information. So I'm asking you to put off this decision to give me a chance to show you why the information your staff has given you is completely incorrect. I can give you 2 or 3 very quick examples.
Your time has expired, Mr. Davis, but please wrap up.
I'll stop with that, but to say my due process rights have not been granted here, open meeting laws have been trampled on, and I cannot provide you a record with CEQA. I can give you 3 quick examples in your record of places your staff simply made mistakes, but I will only do so if there are questions from you asking about that.
Okay, and there may well be later. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, friends and respected commissioners. My name is Matt Renner. I'm the Executive Director of the World Business Academy, and I'm a product of the California Public Education System, and also a graduate of UC Berkeley. Every day we work at the World Business Academy to address climate change by pushing for real breakthroughs in renewable, safe energy. All of us here who are trying to make the world a better place are very busy. We often lack the time to connect on a personal level and share our humanity. So I want to tell you a little bit about me and what brings me here today. I'm 33 years old, and I have an amazing wife and a fluffy 12-pound Chihuahua mix named Samson. Every morning at 6 a.m., he crawls into bed with me and lays his whole body on top of my chest. And every time he does this, it makes me think about becoming a father. Every morning I consider the unbelievable opportunity my wife and I have to create another human being. And I'm blown away at the beautiful children here in this room of the workers who have done an amazing job keeping this atomic bomb from going off on the Central Coast. But today we find ourselves in unusual circumstances, as do many people in my generation. Like my fellow millennials, we desperately want progressive change in this country, but we're not sure we can trust our government. You may have noticed that people my age are enraged by politics as usual. We are not volunteering or donating to politicians who give away their power. We are not standing with the old guard who have continuously handed pieces of our natural world to polluters in the name of shareholder profit. And we are not willing to sit silently and allow those who claim to represent the people to make backroom deals and put our lives and our futures in danger. If I lived downwind of this plant, there's a good chance that if I had an infant daughter, she would die as a result of the regular emissions that are allowed to be spewed into the local environment. Look me in the eyes and tell me you're okay with that. Tell me you're doing your job when you allow this plant to continue operating without first investigating the potentially lethal consequences of ionizing radiation. And then remind me that having children is safe, and tell me that living downwind of a possible Fukushima-style disaster is safe. And tell me that this position amounts to anything more than just spending the next 9 years praying with our fingers crossed that we avoid a catastrophic meltdown. Thank
Mr.
you.
Renner, your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Mr. Chassid. Following Mr. Chassett will be Sandy Silver and Gerald Weber.
Good afternoon. My name is Larry Chassett. I'm an attorney representing the World Business Academy. We are urging you to postpone for at least 30 days your decision that's before you in this matter until you've given due consideration to the information that's been presented by the Academy that's in the record. We met with your staff on March 14th in order to discuss the legal and public policy need for the preparation of a full EIR under CEQA prior to any action on the part of this commission to grant a new lease to PG&E. During that meeting, the Academy made a convincing case, which your staff acknowledged at the time, that a full EIR under CEQA was required in connection with the requested new lease, despite the language in the state CEQA guidelines that exempts review of existing facilities except where there is a reasonable possibility that the activity will have a significant effect on the environment due to, quote, unusual circumstances. Staff's initial logic in their February draft staff report in this matter was correct in their analysis of the CEQA issue. However, the staff has, in the report that just came out a few days ago, misinterpreted CEQA and is leading you down the primrose path to a lawsuit if you find that CEQA is not triggered by this project. When we met, the Academy presented detailed information on a recently completed study on the health effects associated with the continuing operation of Diablo Canyon. This study demonstrates that the continuing operation of the plant causes serious adverse public health effects, including excess infant mortality. There can be no doubt to any rational and fair-minded person that the operations of an existing facility that is causing excess infant mortality as well as other serious adverse health effects rises to the level of constituting unusual circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chesson. Let me call up Sandy Silver, followed by Gerard Weber and Dan Hersh. But before the next speaker, Ms. Lucchese, will you speak to the due process issues that were just raised? And then also, I know some of the parties, including the World Business Academy, did meet with staff in the past, so to provide information previously.
Yes, would you like me to speak to that
Please,
right now?
yes.
Excuse me. According to the Bagley-Keene Act, Open Meeting Act, the commission staff published the June 28th meeting agenda more than 10 days ahead of today's meeting, thereby complying with the act. While the staff report was released last week, there is no legal requirement for us to publish that staff report so many days ahead of the meeting. We try our very best at all commission meetings to publish our staff report in as much advance of the meeting as possible. In this particular situation, the key component of the staff's analysis and recommendation focused around the public trust analysis and best interest of the state. The joint proposal announcement came out on June 21st, which was significantly informative and important to include in that particular element of the analysis. And so it did take us a couple extra days to formulate that analysis based on the most recent developments so that we were able to provide the most comprehensive and recent information to the commission for your consideration.
Okay. And the statement about the earlier staff, I guess, direction for a CEQA review?
I believe the last speaker made two comments. One is that we did meet with the Business Academy in March and listened to their position and received the information that they provided us. I can assure you that we made no statements as to the ultimate recommendation of staff as it relates to the CEQA determination or the public trust analysis. In terms of the February staff report, there was some discussion in there about the level of review for CEQA, but that was an informational staff report, and it reflected the facts and the law as staff knew them at that time. The commission never adopted that staff report as it was purely informational, and frankly, I don't believe that staff's recommendation today is in conflict with that informational staff report.
Yeah, that, I do believe that's correct. We're really asking that you look at the scope of what a review would look like, identify the relevant public trust issues, but those were pretty much on hold while we gave time for the parties to continue their discussions. Okay, very well, thank you. Sandy Silver, Gerald Weber, and Dan Hersh.
Hello, my name is Sandy Silver. I'm currently a resident of Santa Cruz, but my family and I were living in San Luis Obispo all through the construction and licensing process of Diablo Canyon. In 1973, I became a personal intervener along with the San Luis Obispo Mothers for Peace regarding the licensing of Diablo. And at the time, in 1973, well, actually, my dealings over the past 40 years with PG&E and the NRC has taught me to have a very hyper-vigilant sense of being whenever they assure us of anything or promise us anything. In 1973, we were concerned about a meltdown at Diablo. They told us it was an incredible accident, and that, of course, was before 3 Mile Island, Chernobyl, and Fukushima. In 1973, we were concerned about the nuclear waste and what would happen there, and they said, don't worry, there's going to be a repository. The waste is now stored on site in San Luis Obispo. When testimony was offered from a Cal Poly geology professor that there was an earthquake nearby, we were assured that he was absolutely wrong. 2 years later, the Hosgri fault became known, and also other faults have been determined. I am certainly happy with the joint proposal of certain of the conditions that I have seen, as far as taking into consideration the workers, taking into consideration the economic impacts, and most of all, of course, the renewable energy. I would, however, my major concern has always been and remains the health and safety of the people surrounding Diablo Canyon. Neither this commission nor PG&E can assure us that there's not going to be an earthquake in the next 9 to 10 years. So I would like to request that the commission postpone a decision regarding the permit and direct PG&E to return with options for speeding up the process for shutting down Diablo. I know that you were concerned about that, and you asked that question about whether they could do that, and they all talked about certainties, which I certainly appreciate, but that we don't have a certainty as far as the seismic issue is concerned. So I hope you postpone the decision today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Weber?
Hello, my name is Dr. Gerald Weber. I'm a geologist, and I've spent the last 40 years studying the geology of the Central California coastline from San Francisco Bay down past Diablo Canyon. In the early 1970s, PG&E proposed constructing a power plant at Davenport, just north of Santa Cruz. At that time, they asserted that there was no active faults in the vicinity. In 1973, as I began my field studies of the San Gregorio Fault Zone, at Point on Nuevo, I came across a fresh exposure of the fault in the sea cliff. And you could see on one side of the fault a series of sediments that were redated at 7,000 to 8,000 years old, juxtaposed in this picture up here, the one on the right. You see the black lines, those are sediments that are 7,000 years old, 8,000 years old. To the left of that area, you have the crush zone of a giant fault. and the rock that is crushed was 5 million years old. And so now what you have is you have an active fault sitting there. PG&E geologists came up, looked at it, we had some debates, and PG&E realized it was an active fault and abandoned the power plant site at Diablo Canyon. Now, we can go down to, at this discovery, had significant implications for Diablo because the San Gregorio fault connects to the San Simeon fault connects to the Hosgray fault. And if you take it all the way along, you have an incredibly long fault along the California coastline, which could generate an exceedingly large earthquake. We know absolutely almost nothing about the earthquake history, and there's no way we can find it. So anytime you deal with this, you are taking a chance. Now, and it's PG&E, interestingly, never accepted that when they continued to build a plant here in this area. Now, what you want to do, the decisions you have to make, you have to look at this and ask yourself, am I willing to put everybody at risk for the next 10 years on something that we know will happen, but we just never will able to figure out when it will happen until it catches us by surprise? That's your decision. You're the ones who are going to have to make it. I suggest abandoning the plant.
Thank you, Dr. Weber.
Any questions?
No.
I didn't think so.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. My name is Daniel Hersh. I'm the director of the program on environmental and nuclear policy at UC Santa Cruz, though my views here today are my own and not those of the university. I'm going to talk about the elephant in the room that no one is talking about, the problem about the decision that you're being asked to make and how you have an alternative between yes and no. And that elephant is the risk of an earthquake, a terrorist event, or some other accident occurring between now and 2025, and whether there's anything that you can do to try to reduce that risk. Diablo was built on the assumption by PG&E that there were no active earthquake faults within 30 kilometers of the plant. Shortly after getting the construction permit and getting 80% constructed, the Hosgray fault was discovered coming within 2.5 miles of the plant. PG&E said, don't worry, we'll retrofit a little bit. They downgraded their estimates of the ground motion in a very controversial way and ended up not doing a lot of the retrofits that were needed, but they said, don't worry, there are no more faults. However, shortly thereafter, the San Luis Bay fault was discovered to be active near the plant. Shortly thereafter, the Los Osos fault was discovered near the plant. And then a few years ago, the Shoreline fault discovered, which comes within 300 meters of the plant intake on the state lands that you're being asked to extend the lease for. PG&E again said, don't worry, those faults are not connected. But now they admit that the Shoreline and the Hosgray fault are connected. And more importantly, that the Hosgray is connected to the San Simeon and to the San Gregorio fault, making a fault that goes from south of Diablo Canyon to north of San Francisco. You are faced with the possibility of an event just like Fukushima, an earthquake larger than the reactor was designed for. There are many good things in this joint proposal. Not going forward with license renewal, replacing it with GHG neutral. But you have the option, and I urge you to take it. I urge you to take it, to ask PG&E and the parties to come back to you in a few weeks with a proposal as to how they can't shorten that time period. There is nothing in the technology that takes 9 years. The main problem with the proposal is they're talking about not even issuing the request for offers for 2 years for the first tranche and 4 years for the second and years thereafter for the subsequent ones. So not even starting. And so I just want to ask each of you to think how you would explain to your families and to the California public if there were an earthquake in 2023, 2024, 2025, 2022 that caused a substantial portion of California to be damaged, and you hadn't done the last bit that you could do to try to improve this agreement and try to shorten that window of risk. I urge you to think about that as an alternative. I think it would be hard to sleep at night if you didn't. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to turn our attention to our audience in Morro Bay and ask the speakers in opposition to come forward.
We'll start with Sierra Club Chapter Director Andrew Christie, followed by Charles Varney, and then Larry Murray.
Lucia. I'm Andrew Christie. I'm director of the Santa Lucia chapter of the Sierra Club, representing the 2,000 members of the club in San Luis Obispo County who have lived in the shadow of Diablo Canyon for 3 decades. Legal authorities agree that extraordinary efforts must be made to protect a public trust resource due to its unique nature, whether due to scarcity, threatened and endangered species, and associated gene pools, or unique objects or natural settings. How to reconcile this obligation and Diablo's decades-long decimation of the marine environment with the statement in your staff report that the issuance of a new general lease does not substantially interfere with the public trust needs and values, is in the best interest of the state, and is otherwise consistent with the common law public trust doctrine. Water Board staff informed PG&E in 1988 that the plant's thermal impacts were causing objectionable aquatic growth and degradation of indigenous biota, a temperature change in the receiving water that adversely affects beneficial uses, and degradation of marine communities. The only specific support for the staff report's conclusion appears to be the assertion that the OTC policy enforced by the SWRCB appropriately regulates these impacts, protecting public trust resources, end quote. As the Water Board's once-through cooling policy will not go into effect until 2024, this is a non sequitur in an assessment of the Commission's public trust obligations pursuant to an action that is specifically limited to the period 2018 to 2025. On the issue of CEQA exemption, you have the authority to determine whether there's a reasonable possibility that the issuance of the proposed lease will have a significant effect on the environment due to unusual circumstances based on substantial evidence. There is more than a reasonable possibility that California's sole unique nuclear power plant will continue to have a significant effect on the environment, and the evidence is substantial. We urge you to exercise your authority, determine that this lease is not exempt from CEQA, and protect the public trust. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Charles Varney, followed by Larry Murray, and then David Nelson.
Good morning. My name is Charles Varney. I'd like to take exception to the comments of the president of PG&E that there's a scientific consensus about the safety, the seismic safety of Diablo Canyon. We know that there is huge controversy about this, and that risk does not go away as a result of a settlement agreement. Mr. Hosgry and Ms. Shoreline were not part of that agreement, and they remain active and concerned. My colleague Andrew just mentioned the unusual circumstance criteria for invoking an EIR. Certainly new earthquake faults contiguous to Diablo constitute that, as well does a new variable, which is the deep well injection of fracking fluids in San Luis Obispo County, particularly in Price Canyon, and how those interconnect with the earthquake faults with their lubrications. I understood the president of PG&E to say that the decommissioned EIR was due in 2020, and it takes 4 years, so it sounds like that thing ought to be getting off the ground very soon, and I would encourage that EIR include all of these elements and that those be surfaced during the process of the EIR. Finally, the OTC environmental impacts continue and will for the next 10 years of the plant's operation if it goes that long. And we are very concerned about that. And I'd like to specifically address the fact that the commission is planning to lease this for $279 a year, $279,000 a year. And we would suggest that $1.5 million a year would be a much fairer amount, and that money be dedicated to nearshore mitigation of cooling impacts. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Larry Murray, followed by David Nelson.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Larry Murray. I'm the president of Local 403 Plumbers and Pipe Fitters in San Luis Obispo, and I represent about 350 members and their families. From the beginning, it's obvious that this land use permit should have been attached to the operating permit. PG&E has done a stellar job of not only operating Diablo Canyon, but also stewarding the resources that can be affected by poor stewardship. The opposition to Diablo want nothing more than to immediately shut down the plant. PG&E deserves to be allowed to operate for the next 9 years, providing the ultimate in clean, carbon-free, 24/7, community-supporting, safe nuclear power. Once Diablo is replaced, and it will be replaced, it'll be replaced with carbon-emitting natural gas. This technology will be the one of choice that is used, and listen for the term fugitive methane. This is a gas that leaks into the environment, just as the recent Porter Ranch incident, the one event that was extremely significant in terms of the environment. Know that all gas supply lines leak at one point or another. My household gas meter leaked, as does all meters in the community. Fugitive methane is the absolute worst thing for the environment, as it creates 4 times the greenhouse blocking of combusted natural gas. These natural gas power plants will leak supply gas into the environment and combust massive amounts of carbon into the air. It'll take approximately 4 power plants, the size of the Morro Bay power plant that is now shut down, to replace the Diablo Canyon power. How does that help the environment? I don't think so. Renew the permit and keep Diablo Canyon open. Thank you.
David Nelson, followed by Vicki Bookless.
Next up will be Vicki Bookless.
Hi, my name's David Nelson. I'm not employed, or do I receive any money from Diablo Canyon in any way. I'm a citizen of Morro Bay. I was very active on the state regulations on once-through coaling, and in my research in 2004, there was a cease and desist order written but not served on Diablo Canyon for its destruction of 2 miles of ocean bottom outside this plant. And it comes not only from hot water, but I believe, and new scientific data suggests that the desal plant that they're making 1 million gallons a day using 3 gallons per gallon estimate is being dumped out there. And at Morro Bay, we were told that when they dump the stuff from the power plants, it just mixes into the water and it circulates. Everybody bought that. CEC, Water Board, everybody. But that's a lie. It doesn't work that way. Their desal plant is dropping raw brine to the bottom of our ocean. It doesn't mix because when you break up the compounds, the heavier stuff just settles. It does not mix. It's heavier than the water. This has not been investigated. 2004 is 12 years ago, and not one study has gone to find out why this is happening. Now, other things here, you're asking them to give a $10 million liability insurance. My wife and I have $2 million. I don't have a nuclear power plant. I'm not, $10 million is ridiculous. You had PG&E's president there thanking you for more than my 2 minutes that I have to speak here. And I don't blame him, because you're giving away the whole ranch here. Not going and finding out what this tenant has done to our property is just inconceivable. And it happens because bureaucrats work with each other and weave this web of deception and misinformation to the public. Now, I worked hard and I worked for free on this issue, and I know that it's out there, and I want it studied before you extend a new lease. It's as simple as that. I mean, if you're not, then you're not doing your job, because right here in the document it says that you need to study it. So do it and don't give them a lease.
Vicki Bookless, followed by Sharon Ripner.
So I'm going to be very brief for the record. I think it is imperative that an EIR be done to ensure that Diablo nuclear power plant does not present an unusual degree of environmental risk, and it needs to be done as soon as possible. Thanks.
Sharon Ripner, followed by Michael Brown.
My name is Sharon Ripner, and I live in Avila Valley. My concerns regarding the safe operation of Diablo Canyon Nuclear Power Plant are numerous. My main focus of environmental concern is about global warming and its impact on our planet. True, keeping Diablo Canyon open for the remainder of its current operating license would give more time to scale up our renewable energy resources to take its place, thus not needing to increase any fossil fuel use in energy generation. However, I want the required EIR report on the impacts of Diablo Canyon Nuclear Power Plant to be completed. Global warming is already endangering the health of our oceans and in particular putting at risk the web of life as warming and acidifying oceans greatly reduce the viability of the foundational oceanic web. The operation of Diablo contributes to these problems with its water intake system and OTC procedure. Diablo's current operation must be evaluated in view of the fragile nature of the ocean's health that has developed over the past 50 years due to global warming. The following analogy captures what I heard as I listened to the statements from the parties that support extending the permit without an EIR. HMO doctor, I think you have cancer, but I believe it is very slow growing, and I have authorization to remove the tumor in 9 years. But doc, if I have cancer, what kind of cancer is it? How fast is it growing? And why are you waiting 9 years to remove it? What is if it's a fast-growing cancer? Well, I'm pretty sure you have cancer, actually probably several types of cancer, but we don't want to do any more studies right now because we've already determined that the cancer is going to be removed or treated when it is cost-effective for the HMO. But doc, if you did some more studies, you might find that the cancer should be removed or treated earlier. It is just not convenient or cost-effective to remove it earlier, so I don't want to get any information that tells me I should do the surgery earlier. Sorry if this worries you, but thank you for cooperating because this is best for the HMO. Now, 4 months ago, the Commission was recommending that the EIR be completed. Please do so. Thank you.
Michael Brown, followed by Joseph Abora.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Mike Brown, and I'm the Government Affairs Director of the Coalition of Labor, Agriculture, and Business, one co-lab in SLO County and one in Santa Barbara County. We represent almost 2,000 ranches, farms, businesses of all types, professional firms in both counties, and with their families and employees, thousands of people who are dependent on our economy here. We think you should approve the application for the new permit. We think that your staff has shown that there's no adverse effect to the public trust issues in your mandate. And similarly, there is no change in the baseline data for the environmental impact in this case, so there's no reason and no cause to go and do a new EIR. In fact, if you did an EIR, it would take 5 years or something by the time you did the scoping, by the time you actually went through the whole process. We see many simple subdivisions and other projects in SLO County and Santa Barbara County that can take 3-4 years, and to do that would then render the whole process moot, and the plant would close in 2018 with catastrophic effects on the families, children, governments in both counties. So again, we would highly recommend that you please issue the permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
I'm available for questions if you have any.
Let me just be sure that we are hearing from the members of the public who are opposed to the item, so we get all of the issues on the table. Any other speakers in opposition in Morro Bay?
Are you Joseph Avora?
No.
Yeah, Joseph Avora, followed by Larry Parker.
Hello, Commissioners and everybody here. Boy, we sure have a lot of negativity towards nuclear. You know, if you look at the nuclear power in our country, it's 9% of our power, yet it represents 63.3% of the clean energy. No pollution, no radiation, all that stuff is not true. Diablo Canyon provides 9%. Diablo Canyon provides 9% of our power in California, and yet 23% of the clean power. If the capacity factor of the nuclear power in the country is always around 90%, very reliable, very clean, and good employment for the communities where it's located. And just this last week, Sweden is going to go for 4 new power plants. We are building 4 plants in the south. China is building 28 plants. Why are we so down on, we should go with advanced nuclear? Keep Diablo going, keep Diablo going. We need to extend that lease. You know, someone earlier said that Germany was, I think, let me back up. Germany should be the model for the going to renewables, because Germany has tried to get rid of the nuclear power plants, and their cost of energy is some of the highest in Europe, and they're also getting most pollution. Anyway, I'm not a person of many words. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Other speakers in opposition in Morro Bay?
Sorry, I apologize. We're going to switch to Joey Ricano, followed by Bob Perry.
Okay.
Joey Ricano, is he here? Bob Perry. Okay, Bob Perry, followed by Dr. Jerry Brown.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Perry. I'm the Director of Energy Research for the World Business Academy, and my statement today concerns the importance and relevance of the public trust doctrine in this proceeding. The Commission should resist the temptation to exempt Diablo Canyon from the EIR requirements of CEQA, the landmark legislation based on the common law public trust doctrine. Subject to a CEQA exemption, the staff report recommends authorizing the subject lease as it does not substantially interfere with public trust needs and values. However, since an EIR of Diablo Canyon has never been conducted, the cumulative health, environmental, and other impacts from plant emissions and stored radioactive waste have yet to be fully measured, and such an EIR should show that these impacts substantially interfere with state responsibilities under the public trust doctrine. Absent the completion of an EIR, there are no other credible means of determining whether plant operations adequately protect the public interest. The establishment of CEQA and the central role it plays in the Commission's decision-making process are directly related to the public trust doctrine. CEQA's central requirement of an EIR, combined with the narrow circumstances under which an exemption can be claimed and the low reasonable possibility threshold for disqualifying such an exemption, all point to the extreme importance placed by CEQA on an EIR to serve the public trust. To preserve that trust, the Commission should meet its moral and legal obligations under the public trust doctrine and reject the proposed lease extension as categorically exempt from CEQA's EIR requirement. Thank you.
Dr. Jerry Brown, followed by Ronaldo Bertocco.
Hello, my name is Dr. Jerry Brown. I'm the director of the Safe Energy Project of the World Business Academy. I'm a Cornell University trained research scientist, and for 4 decades as a founding professor at a public university have looked into the impacts of radiation on public health, specifically ionizing radiation that is released through federally approved routine emissions of radioactive gases and liquid emissions from nuclear power plants that are reported by these plants to the NRC. We want to talk today about predictability and certainty. I'm here to paint you a grim picture of the certainty that will follow from the continued operation of Diablo Canyon based on decades of studies by research scientists and medical doctors around the world. This includes increased cancers. This includes increased infant mortality. This includes extreme infant mortality. This includes low birth weight. This includes additional breast cancers and other cancers. On March 14th, members of the World Business Academy met with your staff, Jennifer Lucchese and Mr. Oggins, and presented information from a study by Joseph Mangano, a researcher, epidemiologist with 32 peer-reviewed papers. It showed that in the period from before Diablo Canyon opened to the decades after, San Luis Obispo County went from a low cancer county to a high cancer county. Other studies, when Rancho Seco closed, showed that in the decades that followed, and these are sort of baseline studies that have not been done by official agencies but by scientists, that cancer rates plummeted. In fact, 4,319 less cancers occurred because of the closing of Rancho Seco. When President Kennedy banned above bomb testing, he said, the loss of even one human life or malformation of one baby who may be born long after we are gone should be a concern for all of us. You need to do an EIS to bring these studies out to the public and to protect the children and families of Diablo Canyon area. Thank you.
Ronaldo Bertocco, followed by Brad Snook.
Hello, I'm Ronaldo Brutico, and I'm the founding president of the World Business Academy, which has operated since 1986 as a nonprofit organization that tries to bring responsibility to business so that it can act in a way that's responsible to society while still making a profit. I want you to be aware that not only the study that Professor Brown just referred to, which was the Mangano study, has now been followed up. A study is just being completed now by Chris Busby in the UK, the leading radioactive researcher in the world. And what that says is about 24 children will die. Will die. They won't be the children of PG&E presidents. They don't live here. Those 24 kids are going to be right here in San Luis Obispo County. And if our data is wrong, here's what you need to do. You need to have an EIR to find out if it's wrong. If you don't believe the seismic data, you need to have an EIR to find out if the seismic data is wrong. If you don't believe the data on fish kill and larvae, you got to do an EIR to find out about that. Now, to Lieutenant Governor Newsom's point, we would love to have an opportunity to engage in the dialogue that you suggested that took place after 2.5 hours of promotion of this plan. We've been given 2 minutes to do it. That's impossible. That's not a dialogue. That's having it jammed down our throat. I would like to end with this thought. Right now, today, PG&E is on trial. They're on trial in Northern California. They have 12 federal criminal assault charges as well as civil contempt charges. For what? For the inappropriate pursuit of profit at the risk, at the callous disregard of public health and safety. That's what they're on trial for in San Bruno, and that's what they're trying to accomplish here. So if you want to know how to connect the dots between what the British did with their exit strategy, with what the Bernie Sanders campaign is about, what the Donald Trump campaign is about, it's about us saying as the people, we want our elected leadership to do their job and hold large companies accountable so that they can act legitimately, earn a fair profit, but be constantly aware of the public health and safety. And I hope you will find yourself on the right side of history with John F. Kennedy, who understood those issues and did ban above-bound nuclear testing for the same exact reason. He wanted to avoid strontium-90, which comes out of that plant routinely. Thank you.
Brad Snook, followed by Linda Seeley.
Good afternoon. My name is Brad Snook. I'm co-chair of our county's chapter of the Surfrider Foundation. Commissioners will find the letter that Surfrider Global and our chapter work together to coordinate. and to communicate to the commission. In that letter, you'll find that we agree with the low standards set on once-through cooling. That is a state water board standard that that the schedule will coordinate with the NRC's potential closing of the plant by the time the permit expires. Surfrider is willing to go along with once-through cooling for that because those decisions are outside the purview of the State Lands Commission. However, within the purview of the State Lands Commission, there's some decisions to be made today. And that is, what are the environmental reviews that are consistent with the public trust analysis that you can ask PG&E to do? When PG&E announced this agreement, they put a lot of organizations that have some critical review to bring to this board, this commission, that would be valuable for you. But they did it and just gave staff just a few days to react. The scheduling was impossible to react to. The public trust analysis the commissioners need to review, thoroughly review, and ask PG&E what they need now before you decide to extend the permit. Ask for it now. Here's the review that we expect. Here's the review that's consistent with the public trust analysis for the good of the people and the public lands in California. Thank you.
Linda Seeley, followed by Dr. Mike Weissman.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda Seeley. I'm a spokesperson for the San Luis Obispo Mothers for Peace. I would like to urge you, the commission, to vote yes today, to vote yes on requiring an EIR. If you can't vote yes on requiring an EIR, then I would like you to please postpone your decision for at least 30 days on that. We have not been given sufficient time to reply to your staff report, which is seriously deficient in quite a few ways. Number one, there's no mention whatsoever in the staff report about the environmental effects of a desalination plant at Diablo Canyon. It's not even there. Number two, there is an incomplete and biased seismic analysis that changed tremendously. If you look at the report that the staff report that was released this past Friday and compare it to the one that was released in February, they have changed their conclusions remarkably. The other thing I wanted to mention to you is, another thing is that this joint agreement, is very clear that PG&E can pull out of it anytime they feel like it. So if you decide that you're not going to require an EIR, and then PG&E decides that they're going to pull out of the agreement for some reason or another, there we are, left with, without an EIR. That's not fair. That's not fair to the people here. The other basic thing that's a bogus argument is that they need 9 years to shut down the plant. Within the past 5 years, 12 reactors have shut down or announced their shutdown in the United States. Vermont Yankee, Oyster Creek, Kewaunee, Exelon, Quad Cities, Illinois, Exelon Dresden in Illinois, the Crystal River, Florida plant. They've all shut down, and they've all required between 2.5 to like 8 years, or not 8, 6 years to shut down. So they don't need 9 years. Thank you.
Dr. Mike Weissman, followed by Henriette Groot.
Hello, I'm Mike Weissman, a scientist, engineer, entrepreneur, and member of the World Business Academy. A group of us came up from Santa Barbara today to urge you to close Diablo Canyon as soon as possible and not to wait 9 years. Now that PG&E has agreed the plant is not needed, why should we wait 9 years before it closes? We all know that in the event of any earthquake in the vicinity, something might happen in that plant that will set off a series of events that could impact all of Southern California, including LA. You guys hold in your hands the public trust. You must base your decision on the best way to protect the public. I urge you to make sure that no preventable disasters or preventable loss of life happens on your watch. Thank you.
Henriette Groot, followed by Marty Brown.
My name is Henriette Groot. I live in Los Osos, California. I'm an active member of the Mothers for Peace, but I'm not speaking for them today. I have studied once-through cooling over quite a few years now, and the upshot is basically that the 2.5 or 2.4 billion of gallons a day used for cooling are not just water. This water is full of fish larvae and other minuscule marine life, which is being killed in the process. Now, if you run that 365 days in the year, we come to 876 billion gallons a year. And if you keep doing that for 8 more years, you're talking about 7 trillion gallons. That's an enormous impact. And it doesn't even take into account the other impacts on the ocean and marine life due to global warming and acidification. There has been much mention of money, losing money when we shut down Diablo. Have you thought about the tremendous cost of that loss of the marine life? Every little fish larvae that is killed won't be a fish that procreates and will no longer have a series of procreations, which means that our fishing industry, which is important in this state, is going out of money. Why is an EIR needed? The plant, the buildings are an existing facility, but as you've heard today, there's a totally different atmosphere now. It is not the same plant, and it should not be exempted. One more word about nuclear waste. The nuclear waste will be accumulating at the plant, will stay there. As we know, there is no permanent federal facility, and if we're going to do that, the citizens of San Luis Obispo County should have an opportunity whether they approve of that system.
Marty Brown, followed by Kathleen Oliver.
Good morning. My name is Marty Brown. I'm a member of San Luis Obispo Mothers for Peace. While PG&E has announced their decision to close down the reactors in 2025, that means 8 more years of once-through cooling and the damage it does to sea life and ocean temperatures. Considering once-through cooling withdraws 2.5 billion gallons of ocean water per day for over 30 years, and the estimated killing of billions of fish in the early life stages, plus 700 pounds of adult fish, and then the return discharge of heated water back into the ocean, that alone would seem to warrant a CEQA study. It is almost 40 years overdue. We call upon you to initiate the process of CEQA to study all of the effects on the environment with the continuation of leasing the tidelands at Diablo Canyon Nuclear Facility. Studies should be done on the long-term storage of high-level radioactive waste, 8 more years of adding this dangerous, lethal waste to our home here, it's too much. 8 more years of anticipating the big one to move all those active faults lying under the plant, it's too much. We have to begin reparation for the return of the landmass that the plant now leases to its native original state as soon as possible. Our Central Coast has been nominated, designating a national marine sanctuary. Thousands of county residents and some of our elected representatives are working tirelessly to achieve this goal. Part of the land now leased would be a perfect location for the Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary headquarters, with observation and education points for the many visitors it would attract from all over the world. Most of the land could be left as habitat for native wildlife and plants. The purpose of CEQA is to prevent or minimize damage to the environment through the development of project alternatives, mitigation measures, and monitoring. What a great way to mitigate a sea life death chamber by turning it into a sea life sanctuary. Let's begin. Thank you.
Kathleen Oliver, followed by Carl Wirtz. Is Kathleen here? Carl Wirtz, followed by Mary Webb. She is here? Carl's here. All right, Carl Wirtz.
Thank you. My name is Carl Wirtz. I'm a government liaison with Californians for Green Nuclear Power. The president of PG&E talks much about imagining a carbon-free future, which has no guarantee of being realized. I'm here to offer a little perspective from Southern California. I came up yesterday from Burbank. I happen to live 12 miles downwind of the worst nuclear accident in U.S. history, the Santa Susana Field Laboratory accident of 1958, which released 400 times as much radiation as 3 Mile Island. Yet no one in my neighborhood has ever heard of it. It happened to be before media sensationalism had conditioned the public to be hysterically afraid of nuclear energy. There's much hysterical fear on display here today in relation to appropriate fear of climate change. In 2013, when Southern California Edison made the decision to shut San Onofre Nuclear Generating Station permanently, we heard all kinds of wonderful promises from Friends of the Earth, Sierra Club, and others. We're going to replace San Onofre with solar panels, with wind turbines, with efficiency, with batteries. Not sure how we're going to charge them. 10% capability, 18% incongruity, 11% pixie dust. What we got instead was this. 1.8 billion watts of San Onofre's 2.1 billion watts of clean electricity replaced by burning fossil fuel provided by Sempra Energy. 86%. And added 8 million tons of carbon emissions, equivalent to 1.6 million additional cars on the road. And it didn't come cheap. San Diego Gas and Electric now has, by independent analysis, the highest residential electricity rates in the continental U.S. at 28 cents per kilowatt hour. Now, in Special Lease Provision 3 of the agreement, an ultimatum is delivered on behalf of the State Lands Commission. Should PG&E change its mind and move to renew Diablo's operating license, the plant will be shut down anyway. Preemptively shutting down a power plant, independent of any issues of public trust, land use, or water use, constitutes a vast overreach of the Commission's authority. Diablo will be shut down, whether or not it's in the best interest of the public, whether or not it's best for the environment, whether or not anything has changed since Diablo's OTC system was installed 49 years ago. For this reason, we recommend denying the approval of the lease, and we support continued operation of Diablo Canyon, and we support the climate. Thank you.
Mary Webb, followed by Eric Grady.
My name is Mary Webb. I'm a resident of Cambria, California, and I'm very concerned about what I've heard today. The staff report was basically rewritten to take out a lot of the claims that PG&E was making about seismic safety. We need to get these studies in the record. That's what an EIR does. We're being asked to give up the full CEQA hearing we would have had on these permits for intakes and outfalls in 2018 and 2019, and not be able to see the new documents until 2020. We're being asked to trust this new joint agreement, which will actually even occur and be approved by the CPUC. It's not set in stone yet. We do not have a document referring to decommissioning activities or a decommissioning project to review or even comment on at this time. We're supposed to trust that PG&E will have withdrawn its application for licensing by August 2018 and that we'll get an EIR by 2020. We're being asked to trust that PG&E will not submit a new application with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission to renew one or more of its operating licenses in the future. We're asked to trust that PG&E won't receive an extension in 2025 for many more years of operation, or that it wouldn't be approved under similar conditions without an EIR. My experience with this is not to trust. I'm sorry, I don't trust PG&E. I don't trust the agencies anymore to even do their jobs, but I'm hoping that maybe you can change my mind. In Cambria, and we never got multiple agency review on a project that should have required it from Fish and Wildlife, from state parks, from the California Coastal Commission even, because the agency declared an emergency. What is it that is going to stop PG&E from declaring an emergency to use the intakes and outfalls in the future for desalination that will basically grow the entire Central Coast population without any mitigation, without an EIR, without anyone considering what the effects of that is? What is going to show us, what assurances do we have that PG&E is going to do any of the things that they say they're going to do? We need to get the studies, we need an EIR, we need to get the facts on the table so that people aren't up here making claims that are completely not true, and be able to review these things in a way that is better than this 2-minute comment we have right now. Thank you.
Eric Greening, followed by Orman Gasper.
I'm Eric Greening of Atascadero. We're told that having 9 years of predictable Diablo operation without disruption is so desirable that we need to assert our right to ignorance for those 9 years, to exempt ourselves from relevant and possibly life-saving information. The problem is who was not present at the negotiations, the earthquake faults that threaten our safety. Not one of the relevant faults has signed any agreement to give the community 9 years free of disruption. When I say relevant faults, I include those in the immediate vicinity and those that can send a tsunami from a distance. There is unwarranted complacency about tsunamis based on the elevation of the plant, but huge havoc at the plant could be caused by a tsunami that disarranges the intake and outfall, the facilities that are your responsibility today. This vulnerability constitutes one of many unusual circumstances you're hearing about that should mandate an EIR. Strengthening the case for this is our emerging understanding of the potential of the Farello Fault to the south for much larger quakes than had been understood or assumed until just a year or so ago. Previous modeling had assumed the greatest threat of tsunamis was from the Triple Junction area to the north, and that remains a huge threat. But a tsunami from the south would not only be a more direct hit to the intake and outfall site, but could wipe out the road egress from the plant and the adjacent community. CEQA decisions should not be moved by the game-changerness of agreements. This is not a game. CEQA's purpose is to base decision on physical reality, and there is a lot of it to investigate. Please make sure this is done. Thank you.
Orman Gasper, followed by Roary Moar.
Sharon, before the next speaker speaks, could you just get a show of hands of how many speakers are left in opposition?
We have over 20 hands raised still.
Okay. All right. Then I'm going to ask each speaker, just please be mindful of the time light in front of your, on the podium.
Should I start?
Please. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I would just like to ask that you approve the EIR. I think that knowledge is power, and if we do a study, everything will come to light. I think that the cost of a nuclear meltdown would be amazing. We talk about costs to the community. I think the PG&E should be willing to open up the books and put all the cards on the table. So I ask you to please vote for an EIR. Knowledge is power. Thank you.
Roary Moar, followed by Joan Carter.
Members of the commission, thank you for this opportunity. You have an opportunity that is unique in California history. You have an opportunity to advance the inevitable shutdown of Diablo Canyon Nuclear Power Plant. It is a recognized danger. PG&E wants to close it for their own financial interests. Others want to close it for other interests. The question now is, when will it happen? Will it wait 9 years, or can it be advanced? What we've heard today is about the dangers from fault lines under the plant and near the plant. We've heard about the dangers of strontium-90 and the plume that drifts southward or wherever the prevailing wind may take it, about the possible deaths of children yet to be born. You have an opportunity. Please take it. The facilities may be 40 years old, but we have been very lucky that none of the seismic perils have come to pass yet. But we need to take into account new information. When you consider the public trust doctrine, and the state values that the staff has spoken about, they haven't done their job. The public trust needs to consider everything. The staff is making a cost-benefit analysis with human life. That's wrong. Don't do it. I ask you one further question. Would the staff's recommendation be the same if this plant were located 10 miles upwind of Sacramento? That's fine.
Joan Carter, followed by Coylie McMinnon.
My name is Joan Carter, and I am just also requesting an EIR and a CEQA review, and for you to deny the PG&E request to use the tidelands until 25. I remember when DDT, the production of DDT was outlawed, and I remember that the major big outcry was, well, we'll lose too many jobs. You're also aware that Diablo is blocking the development of wind and solar power by continuing to operate. And is there a plan for what to do with the additional waste of another 9 years? It's time to say goodbye to the 20th century and nuclear power.
Coylie McMinnon, followed by Michelle Flourn.
My name is Coylie McMinnon, and my grandkids are sixth generation living in this county on the land. And we support an EIR. Our county gets almost $25 million a year in property tax from PG&E. I'm here because I found it very disturbing when I listened to KSBY, our local news, that PG&E was giving the illusion that they were heroes because they were going to pay $40 million, less than 2 years of property tax when the plant closes. No way. Until the radioactive material is removed from the site, they are responsible for full property taxes. Don't be fooled by their propaganda. They are not our heroes. They are conquistadors. Thank you.
Michelle Flourn. Is Michelle Flourn here? Followed by William Gloge.
Greetings. I'm Michelle Flum, and as a resident of Planet Earth and of San Luis Obispo County,
I extend my gratitude to all the members of the State Lands Commission for your efforts in negotiating the deal with PG&E to rescind the relicense application for the 2 reactors at the Diablo Canyon Nuclear Power Plant. However, I strongly urge you to require a thorough environmental impact review before extending state leases beyond 2018 for the land where the Diablo Canyon plant sits. There are so many environmental problems with this aging nuclear power plant. To name a few, the on-site stockpiling of radioactive waste and the serious problems associated with trying to store that radioactive waste, including leaks and cracks in the dry casks. There are the once-through cooling issues that affect our local marine life and fishing economy. There remains the real possibility of a terrorist attack. And there are the charted and yet uncharted seismic vulnerabilities. In my mind, the most obvious argument for requiring an EIR for the Diablo plant is the now disabled Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant in Japan. What happened at that plant on March 17, 2011 is both an environmental and humanitarian tragedy that continues to play out. Even if Diablo Canyon would not be vulnerable to the kind of tsunami that caused the meltdown of the Fukushima plant reactors, we do know that the Diablo Canyon reactors sit on top of a hornet's nest of seismic uncertainty. There is no one in Sacramento or in this room in Morro Bay, no scientists, no activists, no one sitting on any regulatory panels who can predict with any certainty what might happen at Diablo Canyon were there to be a major earthquake in its vicinity in the next 9 years. Thank you.
We're still in opposition. We'll have William Gloge and Elizabeth Rousey.
Hi, my name is William Gloge. I'm president of Californians for Green Nuclear Power. I formed this group about coming up on 4 years ago when I started looking into all the charges of fear that are spread around here by certain organizations. And one after the other, they were obviously invented fears. And a lot of people here are full of those fears, and they're still having those fears pumped into them. I heard the name today of Joseph J. Mangano, and I thought Joseph J. Mangano had left us for good after he came in here and did a fake study of Diablo Canyon, which he was paid to do. He said there were cancer clusters from the plant, went into a whole lot of detail about how bad it was. Joseph J. and then, well, the county health department pounced on him first and says this guy's using amateur statistics to distort what's going on, and the cancer in the county was normal. Popular Mechanics magazine called him a purveyor of junk science. Now, my friends here, my residents, these people that speak, they're friends of mine. I like them very much. But beware, you're being pumped full of fake fears. And there's money behind that, and we haven't outed it all completely. But one time the curtain was pulled back by Time magazine when they discovered the Sierra Club, the wonderful Sierra Club, taking $26 million secretly, that's not my word, that's Time magazine, from Chesapeake Energy, $26 million. Sierra Club spends a lot of time protesting against nuclear power. So, be careful, folks. People like the Business Academy and others, they've got a motive. We don't know what it is completely, but Sierra Club has given us a hint. One last thing. Let me tell you a really short story. Diablo Canyon was asked to keep the power running when they were scheduled for a fuel change. The ISO in Sacramento, in Folsom, said, "Can you hold off? We got a heat wave coming, and all we got to run it is wind and solar." And they said, Diablo Canyon said, "No problem. We'll keep going tell us when you're ready." That's what the future is going to look like in California.
Elizabeth Browsey, followed by Michael Jenks.
Good afternoon, commissioners, audience, patient audience. My name's Elizabeth Bruce, and I'm with Mothers for Peace. I have been wondering about this agreement that was made, where it came from. A year and a half ago, I attended the state water board meeting in November, along with members of Friends of the Earth, Friends of the Earth, and we saw that PG&E was being faced with the problem of having to bring in new cooling towers, but the price that Bechtel was giving them was anywhere toward $4 billion. Where is that money going to come from? Then the next thing I read, and this was in the Chronicle, that apparently PG&E had gone to Chair Gavin Newsom to see what he could do for them. Newsom said at the time that he had a prediction about California's last nuclear power plant, that it wouldn't stay open for another 10 years. As it turned out, when Newsom was asked to do what he could, he said that they would be subject to a request for full environmental impact review, a process that he would endorse. What I'm now realizing is that Friends of the Earth is now part of this agreement, and part of this article from the Chronicle quotes Damon Moglen, who says, there shouldn't be a new lease issued under these circumstances, and if the state is even given to think about it, certainly an environmental assessment should be required. So what I think has happened is that PG&E very smartly decided that we can kill two birds with one stone. We can get the Water Board and the State Lands Commission on our side. We will tell them we will close in 2025, and everybody will be very happy. Thank you.
Michael Jenks, followed by Daniel C.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Jenks. I'm here on behalf of Biodiversity First. That may give you a hint of my first complaint. My clients, by parties I represent, don't have any more time. They're being killed, the carnage at a just egregious rate. And this body, your body, excuse me, has had a wonderful findings from 2006 that Diablo's once through cooling, quote, significantly harms the environment by killing large numbers of fish and other wildlife, larvae and eggs, and, this is still in the quote, significantly adversely affects marine bay and estuarine environments by raising the temperature of the receiving waters and by killing and displacing wildlife and plant life. Those are public trust assets. Those are part of what you sit to protect. And they have not been well represented here today. So we have the Commission's wonderful acknowledgement and recognition of that. The new lease, if approved, effectively extends the period of reactor operation to effectively lengthen it by 21%. Most of these indicia of environmental harm are linear. They flow directly from the continued operation of those reactors. So on nuclear waste, we can expect a 21% increase over anything contemplated when those first leases were reached. On marine life, a 21% increase in 21% increase in damage and death to marine organisms. It is not a argument not to do an EIR or not to apply the public trust that a EIR could take too long. And here, several of the parties in their comments have addressed this, especially the Mothers for Peace, second to last page. They've looked at a timeline. If you compare it to this commission's own guidelines of EIR preparation, that could easily be done quickly. And finally, the last things I'd like to, two things. One, as you gather, the proposal, the joint proposal does not rule out an EIR. It is not an opposition. You heard Mr. Geesman earlier, and his word, so he was very kind, but this is his comment. It would be grotesque, a grotesque abuse of your discretion to fail to initiate a full EIR process. Finally, we did,
Mr. Jenks, your time has expired.
My client did file a 4-page brief attacking the process here. We do believe the process is flawed. I just didn't want to let it go by. You may not have had time to see all the things that were submitted. Thank you for your time today.
Daniel C., followed by Rebecca Townsend.
Commissioners, hi, my name is Daniel C. I'm a registered professional engineer in the state of California, civil engineer. I hold a bachelor's and master's degree from Cal Poly, and I've been living in San Luis Obispo for about 14 years now. I teach at my alma mater for I've been teaching there about 10 years, and have been working as a contractor at Diablo for 5 years. Working in nuclear, I understand the great importance a reliable energy supply makes in our everyday lives. We all reach over, flip the switch, the light goes on, and it's something that's definitely easy to take for granted. But it also does much more than this. It powers our modern, civilized way of life. It powers our homes, our workplaces, our cities, our steel mills, our concrete plants, our traffic lights. It powers schools and hospitals. It keeps our food fresh, both at home and in the grocery store. These are the luxuries of living in a first world society. Many other countries in the world could only have it so good to waste such a precious, viable resource as Diablo Canyon. As an engineer, the design and construction of a nuclear power plant is well above and beyond the construction of any other type of infrastructure. Large earthquakes can be scary and devastating, but we all trust the design and construction of our bridges, our high-rises, our dams. We put our trust in automotive engineers every time we get in our car. We trust our fellow motorists to pay attention and not run us off the road. The risks we face every day all far outweigh the risk imposed by a nuclear power plant. No other system has such a well-studied, well-known risk. Certainly not our homes, our high-rises, our bridges, or our dams. Yet we all trust, as members of the public, their design and construction and use them daily without any thought to the consequences of their failure. Renewables are certainly part of the future and absolutely have a role in our electric system, but the replacement of a nuclear power plant is a major step backwards in fighting climate change. It's trading like for like when we should be replacing our real enemy, carbon-emitting natural gas. Until renewables have been replaced with these carbon sources and renewables with adequate storage have been built to the generating capacity of a nuclear plant, we will always be proposing a break-even solution. The economics presented are grossly misrepresented. The largest operating solar plant produced 1.3 terawatt hours of electricity while running only 23% of the time and cost $2.5 billion. It would take 14 of them to equal the yearly output of Diablo.
Excuse me, sir, we need to have your respect.
At a price tag of $35 billion. I implore you to avoid an environmental tragedy and premature closing of Diablo. As long as the plant has a stellar safety record, with the NRC, it should be allowed to continue running. We simply cannot afford to waste our largest, most reliable source of carbon-free energy.
Please conclude. Your time has expired. Before we move on, I need to...
Rebecca Townsend.
Sharon, let me hold up on next speakers.
Followed by Crystal Waldorf.
Sharon. We are going to need to take a recess to give our audiovisual team a little bit of a break here. So why don't we recess for 30 minutes? We'll resume the testimony after. 45. Okay, we will resume the meeting of the State Lands Commission. What I'd like to do is to let's patch back into Morro Bay. And what I'd like to do is to allow an additional 10 minutes for testimony in opposition, just to see whether we can get all of the members of the public who signed up there to come forward. And then I'd like to turn to the staff to address some of the issues that have been raised.
Are you ready to call up some speakers at the Morro Bay location?
Yes, we are ready. Is Rebecca Townsend here? Rebecca Townsend, followed by Crystal Waldorf.
Rebecca Townsend, San Luis Obispo. And I'd like to thank you for the excellent job you're doing of listening, all of this listening today. A June 23rd, 2016 article in the LA Times reminds us again about the imminent dangers of the overdue major earthquake, building from unreleased pressures between the two tectonic plates running along the Southern California coast. Second, not long ago, although one of NRC's own senior inspectors reported that Diablo Canyon is out of compliance for earthquake resilience and called for the plant's shutdown, the NRC failed to take action. The inspector was transferred out of state. Third, just a year ago, in testimony before Senator Barbara Boxer's Committee on Environment and Public Works, Daniel Hersh, nuclear policy analyst at UC Santa Cruz, and Dr. Sam Blakesley, a geophysicist and former California Assemblyman and Senator, revealed PG&E's history of incompetence, fact-fudging, and safety violations, the NRC's history of lax regulation, and new seismic risk discoveries. They called for a full adjudicatory relicensing hearing for the Diablo Canyon Nuclear Power Plant. And I would add, I hope we won't push our luck. As a man said earlier today, knowledge is power. Thank you.
Crystal Waldorf, followed by Laura Waldorf. Is Crystal Waldorf here? Is Laura Waldorf here? Lynn Harkin? Lynn Harkin, followed by Debbie Balderino.
Lynn Harkins, Cambria. And I just wanted to address this public trust issue that the public trust should be seen in the light of the precautionary principle, which says that if you can achieve a result without taking a risk or minimizing risk and achieve the same result, why would you take an excess risk with the public trust? So we have an opportunity here to not, I am not in favor of renewing leases without an EIR. It just seems like a ludicrous lapse in the public trust and the public's interest. PG&E says an EIR is, quote, not required, necessary, or desirable. Those are pretty disembodied kinds of characterizations of the EIR. The EIR, I think, could be said to be ethically required or prudently required or reasonably required. It could be said to be an ecological imperative. It could be said to be environmentally sound. None of those are all reasonable ways of seeing the EIR. We need to have it in order to know what we're dealing with there now and through the closure. This EIR would only add, it would be additive to the 2020 EIR for the closing down. There's just no reason not to initiate an EIR, a draft EIR now, related to these leases. Check out the USGS website and see that we don't even have any ocean floor mapping further than 3 miles off of the Diablo plant. And there's all kinds of geomorphological mischief that could happen there with regard to submarine landslide activity. We could have a tsunami. Hasn't been evaluated. You know, it's an additional unknown besides the seismic risk. So I just, Chairman Yee, Chairwoman Yee, you know that. You're on the Ocean Protection Council, which is looking into seafloor mapping. So it should be a source of fascination as well as information, as well as a security blanket for those of us who live in the area and in the shadow of this potential disaster. Thank you.
Debbie Ballardino, followed by Jeff Penick.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I would like to voice my support for a complete EIR on the Diablo Canyon Power Plant. Why? Because I live in nearby Santa Barbara County, which is an area known for its oil production, specifically in Orchid and Santa Maria. With the defeat of Measure P a few years ago, the oil companies have been given a green light to pursue an increase in the construction of hundreds of new oil wells in the Santa Maria and Orchid area, with the possibility of using techniques such as steam infraction and fracking. These methods of oil extraction have been linked to an increase in seismic activity. Therefore, I believe it is imperative that a full EIR report be done, which will include and address the current reality of the increase of oil production in this area and the subsequent increase in seismic activity. So, thank you very much.
Jeff Penick, followed by Melinda Forbes.
Thank you. Jeff Penick, speaking on my own behalf today, but surf rider, longtime surf rider, chair, and still an active member. I want to read from this book, Protest Diablo, Living and Dying Under the Shadow of a Nuclear Power Plant, which was written by Judith Everett. It was published in 2010, and I want to take everybody back to 1981 with revelations at water board hearings at the California Central Coast Regional Water Board hearings in Avila Beach. Quote, the water board required that PG&E provide research on the impact of the daily discharge of highly heated seawater after it had been used to cool the nuclear reactors. They also wanted a study on the potential impact of the proposed release of enormous, I repeat, enormous quantities of toxins and radiation. According to testimony by David Gluck, graduate student at UCSB's Marine Science Institute, PG&E records, their own records, showed the plant would discharge daily, 9,300 pounds of lead, 2,100 pounds of zinc, 8,500 pounds of arsenic, 5,800 pounds of cyanide, and 150 pounds of mercury per day. What? Now look, I don't begrudge my friends and neighbors who work at the plant, and I have many of them. And I know it's a job. Everybody has a job. But right here, what we're talking about is a CEQA report that will somehow bring to light some of the stuff we need to see. One last piece. Yeah, so, is that my end? That was good enough.
Melinda Forbes, followed by Sybil Ashley.
Hello, my name's Melinda Forbes, and I was born in San Luis Obispo and have lived here most of my life. It's a very precious place to me, and I've listened today to testimony, and it's really shown me how much has gone into the collaboration between PG&E and environmental organizations to try to create a nuclear-free future here in California, and I honor that. But I still believe we need to have an environmental impact review, because if something is found in that review that shows that we need to shut
Still good? Sybil Ashley, is she here? All right, Claus Shewman.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Claus Shewman. I lived in San Luis Obispo County for 25 years and served on the San Luis Obispo County Nuclear Waste Management Committee. I believe that an EIR is not only needed, but also long overdue. Conditions at Diablo Canyon today are very different from the conditions of 40 years ago. Like all nuclear power plants, Diablo Canyon contains aging and deteriorating components. Since the 1990s, PG&E uses high burn-up fuel, resulting in higher radiation and heat loads than the fuel originally used. 40 years ago, nuclear waste was supposed to be stored on site for no longer as 5 years. Today, the highly radioactive waste have been and will be stored at Diablo for an indefinite period of time, possibly as long as 300 years. The waste stored on site was supposed to be no more than 540 units, also called spent fuel assemblies. Today, we are looking at more than 4,300 by 2025 and far beyond. In addition, a host of controversial issues need to be addressed by an EIR. One through cooling, seismic problems, tsunamis, terrorism, prolonged waste storage, and on it goes. All of which have the potential of severely affecting the environment. Relying on PG&E conducted or sponsored studies alone is not enough. I respectfully urge you to require an EIR, and thank you for your attention.
Fred Frank. Fred Frank, followed by Leandria Caufield.
My name is Fred Frank, and I appreciate you allowing us to speak from this nice, cool place. I am a former fire chief, Cal Fire and County Fire, and served on a committee with Claus Shewman, the County Waste Management Committee. So I learned a little bit about Diablo when I was chief and more about waste when I retired. I think you're making a decision here that may be more important than any decision you'll ever make, depending on what happens in the next 9 years. Simply extending this lease with no oversight to speak of doesn't seem to me an appropriate way of protecting the public trust. So I think you should do the EIR, as Claus Shewman suggested, and I agree that there's a lot of things have changed since 1969. Terrorism, he mentioned the issue of waste accumulation, the seismic studies that have been conducted need to be scrutinized very carefully, and I think you should do the EIR. And if there's any loose ends that are discovered, you should follow those loose ends and determine very carefully as to the safety of that plant. I appreciate your this opportunity to talk to you. Thank you.
Leandria Caufield, followed by Mary Brogan.
My name is Leandria Caufield. I live in Los Osos. It is a matter of public trust, as defined in your own document, that staff approve an EIR. There are documented and serious risks and impacts which must be evaluated. I believe that an EIR is legally required and that the public safety must take precedence over economic interests. So I ask you to approve an EIR, and if you don't, then to extend the time so that there can be more public input. Thank you.
Mary Beth, is it? Followed by Bob Ornstein.
I'm Mary Beth Brangen of the Ecological Options Network and part of the longtime movement in California, Nuclear Free California. Clearly, there are many unusual circumstances, to use the term, that warrant a rigorous EIR, and it could be completed concomitantly with steps taken to close Diablo Canyon, as well as ramping up the renewable energy in far fewer than 9 years. The fact that PG&E is working so hard to prevent this EIR, only a common sense ethical and legal requirement, does not bode well for the other promises PG&E is making concerning their intentions of responsibly managing the process to shut Diablo down. What are they trying to hide? What are they so afraid of? Also, these decisions by PG&E are being made based on economic considerations, and all the largesse promised to the community and workers is coming from the decommissioning funds and ratepayers. I want everybody to remember that. I do, as a ratepayer. I don't mind paying. In fact, I would be willing to pay PG&E to shut it down. I would be willing to pay PG&E for another 9 years if they would shut down Diablo Canyon tomorrow. You know, environmentalists statewide will hold you responsible, both morally and at the voting booth. You and all of us are going to have to hold our breath against the big one happening in the next 9 years. As my partner, Jim Heddle, says, okay, buddy, you have another 9 years to stop beating your wife.
Bob Ornstein, followed by Emma Redford. Is Bob Ornstein here? Emma Redford. Emma Redford, followed by Dennis Allen.
Hello. Hi, my name is Emma Redfoot, and I'm an environmentalist. I also live in San Luis Obispo. My undergraduate degree is in environmental studies from Lewis and Clark College in Portland, Oregon. I took a semester off of school and lived in an organic permaculture farm in Ecuador, and later took off another semester to do research in Cusco, Peru. I decided from my time in South America that energy accessibility is the most important means of people empowering themselves. In the fall, I will be starting my master's in nuclear engineering. I have decided the most ethical way I can spend my life is working on developing and implementing nuclear power generation. I evaluated the different forms of energy generation and determined that nuclear is the best form of power production that we currently have. Fossil fuels contribute to global greenhouse emissions. Wind and solar are great, but they are intermittent, and we are a long way from finding sufficient storage solutions. Hydro and geothermal have limited scope. Nuclear has consistently produced the safest, most reliable, cleanest source of energy. The IPCC's fifth assessment describes nuclear energy as imperative to stabilizing the climate at no more than 2 degrees Celsius warming. California in the foreseeable future needs baseload energy. The alternative is natural gas, which undeniably contributes to climate change as well as air pollution. Diablo Canyon acts as the reliable ground on which wind and solar can be built. I do not see how replacing a clean source of energy with another clean source of energy is a step forward. For me, being an environmentalist means being pro-nuclear. As a future engineer, I recognize that the closing of Diablo Canyon is effectively the end of nuclear power generation in California for the foreseeable future. California is the world leader in technology. California is a state where people innovate and find solutions. Nuclear power is a necessary part of the solution to one of the world's greatest problems, climate change. Diablo Canyon shoulders the responsibility of not letting greenhouse gas externalities to the rest of the world. By keeping Diablo Canyon open, basically carbon-free California economy could be realized much sooner. Closing the doors on Diablo Canyon is closing the doors on the nuclear industry in California for a long time. I hope that the Lands Commission and my fellow environmentalists consider the real cost of losing Diablo. Loss of jobs, loss of engineers.
Yeah. Is Dennis Allen here? Dennis Allen? Dennis? Glenn Griffith? Okay, Glenn Griffith, followed by Linda Mulvey.
My name is Glenn Griffith. I'm affiliated with Mothers for Peace and the World Business Academy, but I'm really just a human being who wants to stave off a Fukushima event. I want to add my voice to a full environmental review. What could possibly be wrong with a fact-based scientific decision? I'm sure the people of California would like to know the truth about all this. 9 more years is 3,285 days. That's 3,285 more chances for a Fukushima. More nuclear waste, more dead ocean. There was a Beatles tune on the White Album called I'm So Tired. I am so tired of all this politics. I am so tired of all this cancer. My wife has breast cancer. She's going through chemo. She's going through radiation, mastectomy. I'm so tired. I'm so tired of standing before all these commissions asking, begging on bended knee for you people to do the right thing. I won't mention the NRC. Gavin, I've seen you a lot, if you're there, on the Bill Maher show. You're a cool dude, so we expect you to do the right thing. And to finish out what John Lennon said, I give you everything I've got for a little peace of mind.
Glenn Griffith. Is Glenn Griffith here? Oh, that was you? Okay. Linda Mulvey. That will be our final speaker in opposition. Well, before we switch.
My name is Linda Mulvey. I live in Atascadero. I'm a Montessori teacher. I sub at several places and in the San Luis Obispo area. As a mother and a grandmother for peace, I have some questions. You can't hear me? Oh, pull it toward me. Thank you. Why does PG&E need nearly a decade just to begin, quote, begin to plan, unquote, as stated in the agreement for replacing Diablo's electricity output and beginning to make a transition to renewables? Why just begin in 2018 with a long overdue emphasis on efficiency? Longtime anti-nuclear activists wonder, is it because the utility has been dragging its feet for so long, resisting and blocking efforts toward conservation, efficiency, rooftop solar, net metering, and small decentralized solar installations, and wants to keep doing so? Not to mention its $30 million attempt in 2010 via Prop 16 to kill the community choice aggregation, the CCA, movement in the cradle, and the utilities' decades-long battle to stamp out public power projects wherever they dare crop up. Thank you.
Sharon, that was our last speaker in opposition.
Last speaker in opposition.
Great. Thank you for facilitating the speakers. Thank you for everyone who's come forward to testify and to present your arguments in opposition to the matter. I'd like to now turn to Ms. Lucchese, if I may. But before I do, I just want to make clear, because disturbing statements have been made about this commission being a party to the agreement, and certainly a perception that we were at the negotiating table. And I can assure you, none of the commissions were. So let me just clarify that. Secondly, I think, Ms. Lucchese, you were presented with a petition as well, so do you want to just announce that? And then, if you wouldn't mind responding, I think we've been tracking some issues throughout the testimony.
Of course, it's my pleasure. So before I get into just some responses to some concerns that were raised, we received during the course of the meeting a petition to the California State Lands Commission in the matter of an EIR requirement prior to renewing a lease to PG&E for the use of state land. And I just wanted to acknowledge in the record that that is now part of the record. So there were a number of different issues and concerns raised. I'm going to try to address what I believe to be the most significant ones. I'm sure, though, if the commission has additional questions, I'm happy to answer those. First, there were a number of concerns raised about the proposed lease terms involving the rent, the restoration of the lease premises at the end of the proposed lease term, and liability protection for the state. In terms of the rent that's being proposed, the commission staff develops the rent recommendation based on appraisal methodologies consistent with our regulations. And so that rent proposed in the lease is consistent with our regulations, and we believe accurately reflects the value, the rental value for the actual structures that are located on state property. There was some concerns about the restoration of leased premises, and at the end of the proposed lease, the structures that are located on state lands just being left there in place. I can assure you that that is likely not to be the case, and that is because in our proposed lease, as with every lease that we recommend to the commission, there are specific terms that require the lessee, before they abandon the lease premises at the end of their lease term, that they submit a restoration plan to the commission for the commission's approval. In this particular case, there's a requirement for a restoration plan and a decommissioning plan, which I mentioned in my initial statement. Those plans are supposed to be submitted to the commission in August 2020. And so we have significant time to review those plans, do the required environmental analysis, and be able to be in a relatively good place when the proposed leases expire. And finally, with some of the liability protections, the proposed lease does include terms that require a $10 million per incident liability insurance coverage, a bonding requirement, and full indemnification from PG&E. And so we believe that those are significant terms that help protect the state. There were some questions or concerns raised about the state's once-through cooling policy, the one adopted by the Water Board. While the state's once-through cooling policy requires the significant reduction or elimination of once-through cooling by 2024, it also requires interim mitigation and to implement measures to mitigate the interim impingement and entrainment impacts from these offshore structures between when it was adopted in 2015 or implemented in 2015 to 2024. And so when we reference the OTC policy in our staff report as it relates to the impacts to public trust resources, it's also reflecting the regulations that govern this interim mitigation program implemented by the Water Board. And along those same lines, there has been a mention of the State Lands Commission's own once-through cooling policy. That was a policy that was adopted by the Commission in 2006. It was determined shortly thereafter to be invalid because it was not fully adopted as a regulation pursuant to the Administrative Procedures Act. So that policy does not have any effect at this time. The governing policy on once-through cooling, the laws and regulations, is the State Water Board once-through cooling policy. I also want to highlight, because there were a couple of concerns raised about, well, what happens if PG&E does not actually fulfill its commitment to withdraw their application from the NRC? We have developed a lease term in the proposed lease that accounts for that very scenario. And if PG&E fails to withdraw its relicensing application from the NRC by August of 2018, and does not actually then submit a new application for the lease, basically a reconsideration of this lease, then the lease terminates. And so we think that that term basically gives an opening back to the commission to revisit all these issues if PG&E does not fulfill its obligation to withdraw its application at the NRC. I do want to just take a moment to re-emphasize the CEQA issue. As I mentioned in my opening statement, the proposed limited-term lease fits into the categorical exemption for existing facilities under CEQA. The question before the Commission is whether the exception to this exemption applies. And as I said previously, it is within the Commission's authority to use its independent judgment based on substantive evidence, substantial evidence, not speculation or argument, to determine whether there is a reasonable possibility that the issuance of the lease will have a significant effect on the environment due to unusual circumstances. This is an independent judgment call by the Commission. There have been a lot of statements, valid statements, that may well be considered speculation or argument about the future of Diablo Canyon. Those arguments and that speculation, while it does not necessarily have a place under the CEQA analysis, does have a place under the public trust analysis and the state's best interest analysis. And I'm gonna make a couple of statements that I know the Commission knows way better than I do, but for the benefit of the public that's listening today. The Commission is made up of 2 constitutional officers and a gubernatorial appointee. The Commission is not only manages these tidelands and submerged lands consistent with the common law public trust doctrine, but also importantly in the state's best interest. And when you're looking at what is consistent with the common law public trust doctrine, you look at those principles and you harmonize them with state law and state policy goals, all in the best interest of the statewide public. And so not only do the impacts to marine life come into play when conducting that analysis, not only do the seismic issues come into play when doing that analysis, but it's also the energy objectives and goals, it's the labor issues, it's the community impacts, and it is the ratepayers. All of those fall into that umbrella. And so it sounds much easier than I believe it actually is to balance and weigh all those competing interests. But the Commission is made up of these commissioners to do that very job. And so just as a reminder of that, it's not just about the common law public trust, that is combined with the state's best interest, and that takes into a number of different factors. So I think I've hit everything that I wanted to hit. I'm not sure if the commissioners have any additional questions.
Comments by commissioners or questions? Yes. Commissioner Newsom. No questions? Okay.
No additional questions.
Okay,
Jennifer.
very well. No, thank you for tracking those issues. And for the reiteration of the consideration that we can make exercising our independent authority. Yes.
Take back what I just said.
Sure.
Just a little clarification. Thank you through the chair. Just on the expiration, so it's August 27th, 2018. And the language in here that triggers if PG&E does not exercise their commitments pursuant to the MOU and our expectations, is that a concurrent date or is that, give us enough time? My point is, do you have, is it the 20th, you need to do it on the 20th and then calendar? I mean, how do you, just want to make sure there's adequate time.
Yes, so the terms in the lease is if there's 2 conditions that if not met would trigger the termination. So one is if PG&E does not withdraw its license application, and they have not submitted a new lease application. So they would have to anticipate that they are not going to withdraw their license renewal and submit an application for the commission to reconsider in order for that termination clause not to take effect. So I think that it gives them enough time to at least submit an application. That's what will stop the trigger of the automatic termination.
Got it. And so and it was just clarification that it's an automatic trigger, that it doesn't require subsequent action by this body, and that, yeah. I got
Yes.
It. Got it.
Okay. Very well. Thank you very much. What I'd like to do now, we have a lot of members of the public who want to address this commission in support, but let me just sort through these because there are many from similar organizations. So I will call you up, and those that are from the same organization, I will ask you to try to consolidate your comments. Let me first hear from John White, if he's still in the audience, followed by Matthew Muscofian, still in the room, and Kristin Zaitz. Thank you for your patience. Hold on.
Madam Chairwoman, Lieutenant Governor, Ms. Ortega. My name is V. John White. I am Executive Director of the Center for Energy Efficiency and Renewable Technologies. My organization has been involved for many years in development of renewable energy and efficiency in California. My team participated on behalf of Friends of the Earth in developing the analytical case for how we could go about replacing the megawatts from Diablo Canyon without increasing greenhouse gas emissions. I know there's some very serious concerns about that possibility, and we share those concerns given the failures in the San Onofre aftermath. I think what's different here is the opportunity to plan for this zero carbon replacement portfolio. We're gratified by the good faith efforts of the parties to try to negotiate a very thorny and difficult set of issues, particularly gratified to see the IBEW joining with the environmental groups and with PG&E, and we believe those commitments can be built upon to achieve the result that we're seeking. We're not CEQA experts, but I have to say we are persuaded by the presentation by your staff and the analysis and the research that they have done that this is a call that you can make. On the other hand, we also know that there's ongoing oversight going to be needed at this facility to ensure the minimum adverse impacts from what has gone on and what will go on before. But we think what's to be gained is greater than all the conflict today might indicate. This is a tough path. There's been a lot of strong feelings, a lot of difficult arguments, and I think what we have is an opportunity to turn the page and move in a more sustainable direction, but we're going to have to get to work. And our friends at the Public Utilities Commission are going to need the help and engagement of all the rest of us, including the rest of state government. I hope that the governor's office takes an interest in ensuring that this set of goals is actually achieved, and we hope that we can help.
Thank you very much. Mr.
Thank
White.
you.
Okay. Matthew? Thank you for your patience. Can you reach that mic? There you go.
I am Matthew Moscofian, and my dad works at Diablo Canyon. I am 8 years old. I ask that you vote yes on these water permits and that you keep Diablo Canyon Power Plant open for all the people who work in it. Thank you, and please keep Diablo Canyon open.
Thanks, Matthew. Thank you, Matthew. Let me ask Kristin Zaitz to come forward, followed by Sam Irvine.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to address you this afternoon. My name is Kristin Zaitz. I'm an environmentalist, an engineer, and a mother of 2 young children. I spent much of my life skeptical of nuclear. I only changed my mind after doing the research for myself and learning through my employment at Diablo Canyon. I'm not a company spokesperson. I'm speaking for myself, for my children, and for the health of our planet. As a professional civil engineer, I can personally testify to the plant's robust seismic design. I feel comfortable working there and having my family live nearby. I cannot say the same thing for the rest of California. I support the extension of Diablo Canyon's intake and discharge leases. I do not think a deal to close the plant should have been part of this decision. Why? because the operation of Diablo Canyon completely supports the vision and mission of this commission. The commission protects the lands and resources entrusted to its care. The commission is responsible for marine protection and pollution prevention. The commission is concerned with adaptation to climate change. The commission supports public access to California lands and waters for current and future generations. So how does Diablo Canyon fit with this vision? Diablo Canyon's operation has protected 12 miles of coastline, 12,000 acres of wild open space. The marine life is protected and thriving. PG&E provides managed access on much of this land, which is in harmony with the commission's purpose. What about the commission's goals around pollution prevention and climate change? Diablo Canyon provides 24-hour-a-day, pollution-free, greenhouse gas-free electricity. And especially in light of global climate change, keeping all carbon-free electricity sources online is vital to protecting our planet, for our children, for our future. Our planet simply does not have time to play favorite. Our planet simply does not have time for us to play favorites with clean energy sources. I support the mission of the State Lands Commission and agree that extending these leases for Diablo Canyon without an EIR is in agreement with the Commission's goals. No deal required. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll have Sam Irvine, followed by William Tillman.
Commissioners, my name is Sam Irvin, and I'm here today representing environmental entrepreneurs. We are a nonpartisan group of business people from all sectors of the economy, and we advocate for policies that support strong environmental and economic protection. E2 has a commitment to long-term renewable energy goals. We support the joint proposal, which we believe will provide the orderly closure of the Diablo Canyon nuclear plant and replacement of its power with 100% renewable energy. We also support the proposal to grant the lease extension, as we believe it is in the best long-term interest of the state. The orderly replacement of Diablo with renewable energy will be good for the local economy and the state economy, providing jobs and also guarantee the long-term protection of California's natural resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so William Tillman still in the room, followed by Nathan Mocker.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing us to address the commission. My name is Bill Tillman. I work at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, leading an ocean energy test station study for the U.S. Department of Energy. I'd like to thank the state of California for their generous help in matching funds for the federal grant, and also to Pacific Gas and Electric for their generous matching funds support of this grant to investigate the feasibility of establishing a wave energy testing center off of Vandenberg Air Force Base in Santa Barbara County. I'd also like to thank Lieutenant Governor Newsom for his leadership since 2011, for asking the question, why not wave energy? Why not offshore renewable energy in California? We should be a leader in this. We hope to obtain that vision sometime in the next 20 years. I'm a supporter of the overall proposal that I know the Commission is not a party to for the retirement of Diablo Canyon, because I see the tremendous renewable energy benefits for the replacement of the energy generated by Diablo. And I'd like to point out that there are substantial studies by the California Energy Commission, by the U.S. Department of Energy, that show that marine renewable energy with wave energy and floating wind energy could replace many multiples of the power needed in California in a single year. It's something to consider along with terrestrial renewable resources. There's no doubt in my mind that in the 9 years that we have to think about this and to plan about this, that we will be able to substitute for the energy to be generated from Diablo by marine renewable energy sources alone. I'd like to finish by saying that there are substantial offshore wind and wave energy resources off the Diablo Canyon site, that there are major pieces of infrastructure that could be repurposed at the Diablo Canyon site in support of these offshore renewable projects, and for PG&E to consider incorporating those repurposing in their decommissioning plans. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman. Nathan Mocker, followed by Matt Regan.
Hi, I'm Nathan Macher. I've been marching with the March for Environmental Hope this past week, and I think this EIR process has gone away from its original intention. It was started to put California in the future business, but unfortunately it seems to have been hijacked by private interests and taking the discussion away from the public and into private hands. And unfortunately the result of this deal to close Diablo Canyon doesn't put California in the future business. So, for example, the math. Diablo Canyon produces around 18 terawatt hours of clean electricity a year, and the plan set calls for 2 terawatts of renewables and 2 energy efficiency. And even if you say the grid only needs 50% of that, that's still 5 terawatt hours that are missing from the plan. Is it going to be natural gas? Probably. Or is simply the power not going to be there? Which, from the recent blackouts, is not what anyone wants. Also, it destroys a huge tax base. So how does destroying this tax base that funds education for California's future, how's that really build on the future? And additionally, lost my train of thought. Additionally, we've heard from the police who have concerns, we heard from education leaders who have concerns. It just doesn't seem like this is the best path for future. We've heard great things about this historic deal about certainty, but the only certainty it seems to guarantee is that we're going to be standing still for the next 10 years in terms of clean energy. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I'm Matt Regan from the Bay Area Council. I'm Senior Vice President for Policy. The Bay Area Council is a business-sponsored public policy advocacy organization representing about 300 of the largest employers in the San Francisco Bay Area. In 2006, our collective membership voted overwhelmingly to support AB 32, the Global Warming Solutions Act, and we've been strong advocates for renewable clean energy ever since. And last year, the White House asked us to host SEM 7, the Clean Energy Ministerial Conference, which just took place 2 weeks ago. We were very proud to do that. So our credentials in this area are probably without compare in the business world. I'm here to speak in favor of the staff recommendation to renew the short-term lease with a long-term goal of decommissioning the plant in an orderly and planned manner with the expectation that the lost energy production will be replaced by 100% renewable. I do have to confess I'm not an expert on nuclear energy, though I've learned a lot today, but I do know a lot about CEQA, and I would like to warn the proponents or the advocates for an EIR, be careful what you wish for. The CEQA process is designed to stop stuff and slow it down. This is the first time I've ever seen anyone call for an EIR to speed something up. It doesn't work that way. You'll get your EIR, and that EIR will be challenged. Its adequacy will be challenged at a hearing just like this, and then it'll be litigated, and it'll be litigated again, and it'll be appealed. And before you know it, 9 years will be up, and we'll be at square one. So be careful what you wish for. And so I'd advocate that you agree with or follow staff recommendation and approve the short-term lease. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Regan. We have a few more speakers who wish to testify in support. I'm going to just call all the names if you would just be prepared to come forward, but many of your organizations have already spoken previously, so that we welcome your brief comments. Cesar Penafiel, followed by Bob Rowan, William Garris, Jessye Mendoza, and Cynthia Papermaster.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Cesar Penafiel. I hold a master's degree in energy and environmental policy from Columbia University. So last week we had a deal. This deal proposes to replace the safest, most reliable form of electricity with safe, clean, but not so reliable form of electricity, renewables. Let me give you a housing policy comparison to put this in perspective for those of you that still care about the planet and the future of California. This is as if California were to invest billions of dollars in subsidized housing to build brand new very cool houses, but they're going to replace old, some people call them aging, houses that are perfectly functioning, that have a lifetime of 40 to 60 years. These new cool houses have a life of 20, 25 years. But we're going to burn those old, aging houses that have 40 to 60 years down. And we're going to sell this as addressing poverty and homelessness in California. This is effectively what we're trying to do here. We're trying to sell this as solving climate change. We are going to do nothing to reduce the 58 or higher natural gas electricity burning in the state of California. This deal from PG&E, IBEW, NRDC, they announced it with a straight face that this is going to solve problems. It's not. And what is worse is that this was hammered in the back rooms. This is a dirty deal. This is a dirty deal that is going to fail. And we real environmentalists are going to win. And we're going to win because the arc of history bends towards justice, towards democracy, towards transparency, and towards environmental progress. So I want to know, you said that this commission was not involved in this deal, but I believe that this whole thing is a sham. I believe everything has been decided. I want to know if Mr. Newsom was involved in this deal. I want to hear from him, and I want you to tell me that you were not in secret meetings with the FOE to negotiate this deal.
Your time has expired, Mr.
Thank you.
Penafiel. Thank you.
Well, I think I've been placed in the wrong group because I am totally opposed to the continuing operation of Diablo Canyon.
All right, I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself for the record, and I'm only going by how you mark your speaking slip. So.
Well, the confusion happened out there at the table, and I
Okay.
went back and forth.
Why don't you introduce
noticed
yourself and state your position?
Okay.
State your name for the record.
Okay, my name is Bob Rowan. I'm a retired educator, and I currently live in Redding, California. I was employed at PG&E's Humboldt Bay Nuclear Power Plant as a nuclear control technician from 1964 to 1970. The history of Humboldt Bay began with the plant going online in August of 1963, and I showed up a few months after startup. I'm here today to testify before the Commission that PG&E, the NRC, and the nuclear establishment in general cannot be trusted. Nuclear energy is not safe on many different levels, and I know that to be especially true from my own personal and professional experience. PG&E, the NRC, and the nuclear establishment have spent millions of dollars in their attempts to convince the public otherwise. PG&E chose to load the original core of the Humboldt reactor with stainless steel cladding. Why? Because it was much cheaper than the zircaloy cladding that had been developed by the United States Navy. The stainless steel cladding then broke down and caused the Humboldt Bay reactor to become the dirtiest nuclear power plant in the nation. And PG&E worked feverishly to cover up the significance of the problem that it had created. The Pacific Gas and Electric Company nuclear engineer claimed, "We've done everything at Humboldt Bay. Everything we've done at Humboldt Bay has been in a fishbowl." And you gave me 5 minutes, right? During the break?
I'm going to give you another couple of minutes, but please
Okay.
try to
Well,
summarize.
I know the folks behind me don't want to hear what I have to say. I'm not sure where the commission is at, but I have some examples that support what it is I'm saying.
Okay, you've got 2 minutes left.
Okay. I would like to provide each commissioner a copy of a book that I wrote entitled My Humboldt Diary, a true story of betrayal of the public trust, which documents everything I would have said if I would have had the time. PG&E should not have its lease renewed. if it's going to result in a continuing operation of Diablo Canyon. Please, I implore each commissioner to read my book, to see what it is I'm talking about before you make any final decisions or judgments about where I'm coming from. I wish I would have had the same amount of time that the PG&E spokesman had at the beginning of this, of the day when she was given 20 minutes. But, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rohn. We have William Garris, Jessye Mendoza, and Cynthia Papermaster.
Hello, thank you. My name is William Garris. Thank you for your patience today. I'm an electrician at Diablo Canyon. I've been there for 11 years. PG&E recently announced that it will not be pursuing the license extension to operate past 2025. This news is extremely unfortunate for individuals like myself who are nowhere near retirement age. At the same time, I am thankful that I have the time to plan out the next step of my life for my family. Granting the new limited-term general lease water permits will allow Diablo Canyon to run to 2024 and 2025 and align with the current operational permits. This time is desperately needed by our local community that would be devastated by a sudden closure of Diablo Canyon. This time will help ease the loss of thousands of jobs to the rural community of San Luis Obispo. The building trades will be greatly impacted by the closure of Diablo Canyon. This time will allow our local school districts the time to replace tax dollars which will be lost from closing of Diablo Canyon. This time will allow thousands of people whose jobs will be eliminated to begin the process of re-educating themselves to provide for their families. This time will allow families to relocate to areas with stronger market economies while allowing the community to spread its losses of permanently losing thousands of high-paying jobs. This time will help minimize the negative impacts on the local housing market with families leaving over the next 9 years, and not all at once. Diablo Canyon operates in the top quartile of all nuclear plants in the United States. Diablo Canyon is safe, it is greenhouse gas free, and it is continued operation until 2025 will provide a bridge for California's transition to wind and solar as a baseload energy source. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jessye Mendoza, followed by Cynthia Papermaster and Michael Marinick.
Good afternoon. My name is Cosway Mendoza. I also work out at Diablo Canyon, but I'm actually here representing my head of household, being a father of two, and my wife. Hi, guys. I had a lot more to say, but a lot of people before me kind of took the words right out of my mouth. One thing I just want to really talk about, something that's hitting kind of hard right now, it's just hearing all this fear of nuclear and nuclear power. As a buddy of mine, Chris Sokolowski, also back there, has said is we should stop fearing what nuclear power is, and nuclear power plants like Diablo Canyon actually celebrate, and in this case celebrate what Diablo Canyon has done for the last 40 years, supplying reliable green energy to the state of California in a safe manner. And that's all I really wanted to say about that. I do wish that you guys would give us a yes today so that I have the 9 years to plan ahead to see what further steps we'll take with my family and look out for the welfare of my children and my wife and I. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is Cynthia Papermaster in the room? Okay. Michael Marinick, followed by Eric Meyer.
Hello, I'm Dr. Michael Marinick. 200 million tons. That is how much less carbon dioxide there is in the atmosphere today thanks to Diablo Canyon. We often hear our state government leaders tell us how reducing carbon dioxide emissions is essential to reducing global warming. So one would expect the members of this commission to follow through on those words and extend this lease without special conditions. Indeed, public opinion polls show broad public support for the clean energy benefits of nuclear power. Clean air benefits. A survey of 1,000 nationally representative adults taken this spring showed 82% support license renewal for nuclear facilities. And on more than one occasion, Californians have voted by overwhelming margins to continue operating California's existing plants. But in spite of this support and these proven benefits, we have a commissioner on record to require a full environmental impact statement. According to California law, this commissioner's request is highly irregular. But after the pressure was applied to PG&E, we suddenly learned of a backroom deal to close Diablo Canyon. This was a deal made in secret with radical special interest groups such as the NRDC, which have backwards views on energy development. Well, gee, what about the rest of us Californians? We the people had no knowledge of this major public policy development, which was finalized and announced before we had any opportunity for input. Yet this deal would harm us. Close examination of the deal shows that most of the Diablo Canyon energy would be replaced by natural gas, and this will increase air pollution. We can look at Germany to find out what happens when you try to run a first world economy on occasionally favorable breezes and sunshine. German electric prices have skyrocketed by 78% since 2008. Over 800,000 people have disconnected their electrical service completely because of the high cost. Whereas yet a recent article in the magazine Der Spiegel reports, quote, sudden fluctuations in Germany's power grids are causing major damage to a number of industrial companies. They are warning that companies might be forced to leave Germany if the problem isn't solved fast. So in conclusion, the Commission needs to put aside this fraudulent backroom deal, which will increase air pollution, the cost of energy, and endanger the reliability of our grid. The Commission needs to extend the lease without special conditions today, so that we can continue to enjoy far into the future the many benefits of California's largest carbon-free energy source.
Thank you very much. Let me call up both Eric Meyer and Gordon McDowell together. You're both with March for Environmental Hope, yes? Okay.
I'm sorry, do you want us to speak together at the same time?
No, just stand together.
Oh, okay, all right.
So you're ready to go, Mr.
Okay,
McDowell.
thanks. Yeah, my name's Eric Meyer. I'm the organizer for the March for Environmental Hope, and I work with a group called Environmental Progress. And the reason why I quit my job as a union organizer and a professional opera singer, drove 2,000 miles out here, was to save Diablo Canyon. One of the first things I did when I got here was walk along Point Bouchon with Kristen and Heather, the Mothers for Nuclear, there. And one thing they said to me was like, you never know, you might see a whale breach right now. You know, and I'm from the Midwest originally, so I'm getting all excited, like, oh, any second a whale's gonna pop out, I can't wait. And of course, one doesn't jump out. But then it sunk in, really, what is at stake right here. Because in addition to knowing about the dangers of climate change, I also know the dangers of too much carbon in the atmosphere, including ocean acidification. And I started to think about the conversation that I would have to have with my children or grandchildren if we didn't change our ways today, how I would have to explain to them that once, a long time ago, there were these creatures called whales that swam in the ocean and sang together, but we didn't cut our carbon emissions quickly enough. The ocean became too acidic, and the entire oceanic food chain collapsed. And that's what we're facing here. And so it breaks my heart that these so-called environmentalist groups, I don't think they deserve that word anymore, because they're pushing a deal. The NRDC, Friends of the Earth, they're pushing a deal that would raise carbon emissions dramatically in this state. And we see that. There's no way it doesn't, any way you look at it. It will be replaced with natural gas. People often cite Germany as an example of shutting down nuclear and doing what's right for the environment. But if you look at Germany's emissions compared to France, it's 10 times as much. This deal is bad for the environment and bad for the future. Don't make me have that conversation with my children and grandchildren about what whales were. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gordon McDowell. Greetings from Canada. In my home province of Alberta, we have tremendous wind and solar resources, and also plenty of fossil fuels. And just like everywhere else, to produce electricity when the wind stops blowing, we burn stuff. Each of my fellow Albertans and myself emit 65 tons worth of greenhouse gases every year. Each of us. That's a lot. It would be wonderful to run a plant like Diablo Canyon and produce reliable, pollution-free energy. Unfortunately, Alberta is not blessed with an infinite heat sink, or as you like to call it, the Pacific Ocean. I cannot believe you are shutting down an operating source of reliable, clean energy. Please pack up the Pacific Ocean and Diablo Canyon in a padded cardboard box and ship them to Alberta.
And lastly, let me call up Heather Madison and Sarah Spath with Mothers for Nuclear.
Hi, I'm Heather Madison. I'm a lifelong environmentalist, an operator and procedure writer at Diablo, and mother to a 6-year-old who's wandering around the room somewhere. I grew up in Arizona. My family didn't have a lot of resources, so I learned to conserve money and water and energy. When I came to California, I was excited to be a part of a state that was more progressive, one that I pictured as being at the forefront of all issues that affect people and the environment. I happened upon a job at Diablo Canyon, and with my inquisitive and skeptical nature, I learned as much as possible about nuclear energy and other energy technologies over the last 13 years. I now believe that nuclear is vital to our future on this planet, and I've helped start a group called Mothers for Nuclear to help explain why. Also, I've learned more about issues surrounding other energy supplies and usage, and I've come across some information about our state's best laid plans. For example, I learned a lot about the plans for Ivanpah Solar Thermal Generating Station, using cutting-edge technology to generate renewable power. There were plans to mitigate the impacts of solar sprawl, but those plans didn't work out so well. The plant relies heavily on natural gas. To back up its intermittent and poor performance. It's killing birds, and every single one of the tortoises in the relocation program died. This is the kind of example that I hope the State Lands Commission will consider when evaluating environmental impacts on our state's lands. I support renewables, but I believe that every technology has a place. I don't support the expansion of renewables at the expense of other greenhouse gas-free generation and at the expense of our natural lands. I'm also tired of politics that puts our future at risk. This is the first time I felt strong enough to speak out at a public meeting, and it's been disappointing and challenging. It seems the public process has been circumvented. Why am I here? I still believe in democracy, and I believe that public input should be considered as part of the decision-making process. It's now my chance to say on the record and for California's history that yes, I support the approval of the new permits, but I also support but that no trade-off should be required, and California should not decide our future based on unproven technologies. If these aggressive goals don't happen to work out, then we will see emissions rise, and we should all be leading the nation in the fair use of all greenhouse gas-free generation. Let's keep Diablo Canyon's power and use renewables along with storage to replace fossil fuels instead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Sarah Spath, and I'm a lifelong lover of Mother Earth and a wholehearted soldier for sustainability. These beliefs led me into my profession as a thermal engineer. With renewable and alternative energies at the center of my study, I knew solar wasn't efficient enough to satisfy energy needs, but strongly believed that wind could be the technology that transformed our energy portfolio and saved the planet. And I wanted to be a part of that solution. So off to Iowa I went to join one of the country's leading research groups on wind power to solve the most challenging problems facing the troubling wind capacity factors. Make them bigger, make them taller, use concrete instead of metal to reach new heights, build offshore. We worked on wind farms in labs and in the field. We were improving their capacity factors all right, but those new and improved capacity factors were still awful. I started coming to a staggering realization about renewable energy resources. Though they have their place when applied properly, as much as I willed them to be, and as beautiful as the sentiment is, they aren't enough to replace baseload sources. And more importantly, for the foreseeable future, they won't be enough. The sun isn't always shining and the wind doesn't always blow, and storage solutions are very limited at this point. This is the tragedy of the anti-nuclear movement, that to rely solely on renewables means a renewed dependence on natural gas for all the hours that those intermittent resources cannot deliver what they've promised. This isn't, nor has it ever been, a struggle between renewables and nuclear power. They are scientifically inequivalent. It's a struggle between baseload fossil fuels and nuclear power. That's it. We spoke about responsibility earlier with Friends of the Earth. The environmentalist cause is to have the responsibility to give the environment a louder voice than human affairs. That's our job. And here I stand as a lover and student of renewables. I know and admit their limitations. I have the responsibility to back nuclear power simply because I cannot call myself an environmentalist and oppose our greatest source of zero-emission power. It's really that simple. So I would like to applaud the staff on your consideration of the lease extension for Diablo Canyon, but I also urge you, no matter the opposition, to take the time I did to face your concerns, to look at the facts, to consider the science, the numbers, all of the figures, and to support keeping nuclear power included in California's energy portfolio beyond the current license, now and well into the future, because it's the wise choice and the only baseload choice for a sustainable future with safe, green, and reliable power. We can ignore the facts, but the thing about truth is, it can be denied, but not avoided. Thank you.
You did not sign up to speak. but
I did.
Did you? Oh, I'm sorry.
I promise I did. I
Okay.
came from New York to speak here, so.
Okay, please, introduce yourself for the record. You have 2 minutes, please.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Jim Vaughn, and I'm here because at the end of my life, I hope that I can say I helped make this planet a little cleaner instead of a little more poisoned. To that end, I've dedicated my life to a clean energy source that is indispensable if we want to curb carbon and nasty natural gas emissions. No matter who you are in this room, I think we all want the same thing. Support a technology we can leverage to supply our growing energy demand while not hurting anyone. And I thank the Commission for attempting to address climate change and supporting the 2025 land use extension. Thank you. I am a pro-nuclear environmentalist. I travel from New York and I work at a nuclear power plant there. I'm not here to save my job. I'm here because I want to save this planet. I worked with the nuclear Navy. I understand the technology. I understand the risks. And I understand the bigger danger that's in false hope that solar and wind will solve all of our problems. There are some great ideas out there that may replace our aging nuclear fleet with other sources of clean energy, but the technology isn't there today when we need it. The wind doesn't always blow, the sun doesn't always shine, and energy storage technology just isn't developed yet enough to address that. Right now, we have to make a decision. What's a bigger threat to humanity, nuclear power or climate catastrophe? Not what is scarier to you, but what is actually a bigger threat. Again, not what you're most scared of. Separating the two requires some knowledge, requires facts, and not fiction. I've heard a lot of fiction today. Nuclear waste is stored very safely today. Warm water discharges, common to nearly all industries, will slightly favor some marine life and not others, yes. Earthquakes, by the way, did not hurt Fukushima, no matter what you say. It was the tsunami as a result of the earthquake, yes, which Diablo Canyon, all U.S. plants are immune to. But by the way, no one was hurt from the nuclear plant at Fukushima, despite that being the worst catastrophe that we've experienced. There's no credible scientific evidence that babies are dying from nuclear plants. Let's throw that out right now. To me, the choice is clear. The bigger threat is the poison that fossil fuels emit to the environment. Nuclear is a proven safe technology. For all the myths I've heard today, none are relevant and only slow down our transition off fossil fuels. The decision to shut down Diablo Canyon, for example, is based on us replacing the power lost with clean energy. For me, I think of how California could be at 100% non-greenhouse gas emitting electricity if we only wanted to. Instead, we'll be at the same level or worse we are today while the Earth continues to deteriorate. I understand if you fear nuclear more than carbon. Carbon's slowly undoing our planet before our eyes. We are the proverbial frog in the boiling water. Nuclear is a strange unknown to most that requires some independent research to really understand why it's safe, and it can't be easily handed out on a flyer with unsupported facts and fear-stoking hyperbole. Again, I come here from New York because I want to help this planet, like most of the people in this room. I hope that we can reach out and understand each other and find a solution before it's too late, if it's not already. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Let me thank everyone for their patience today, our audience in Morro Bay as well as here in Sacramento. I'm sorry.
We actually still have some
Supporters of
speakers
Morro Bay.
in Morro
Okay.
Bay.
All right, I'm
Yes.
sorry. Let's focus back on Morro Bay. I apologize.
We have Larry Parker.
Okay.
Larry will be followed by Rick London.
Thank you. My name's Larry Parker. I work for PG&E, but I'm here as here on my own, taking a vacation day because I feel passionately about this. I want to be quick, respecting your time. I think Kristin and Heather did a great job of saying the points that I would have wanted to say. And let me just add that every year PG&E submits all these environmental reports, and I haven't heard any reference to those as being inadequate. I think they're submitted to the NRC with copies to the state, and I'd like to encourage people to read those before jumping to the conclusion that additional reports are needed. And I was happy to see in an article during the break that Obama is announcing a goal of 50% greenhouse-free power by 2025 for North America, including Canada and Mexico, and his definition does include nuclear. Thank you.
Rick London, followed by Michael Manchak.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Rick London, CEO of United Way of San Luis Obispo County. One of United Way of San Luis Obispo County's primary community development strategies is to work with local partners, such as Pacific Gas and Electric Company, and coordinated efforts to strengthen our community. PG&E has long provided an outstanding example to our local business community of an organization that not only says it cares, but provides direct support to help United Way and other local nonprofits reach out to our community and affect real change. Since the 60s, PG&E and its employees have supported our mission by generously sharing their financial resources, sitting on our board, volunteering at special events, and they are parents of students on our youth board. Additionally, I've always been pleased with the way they operate the Diablo Power Plant from the several opportunities I've had to visit and tour the plant. They practice what I like to call CPR. They endeavor to live more compassionately, think more preventatively, and act more responsibly. Compassion, prevention, and responsibility are the keys to our overall well-being. United Way is also focused on what I like to think of as another version of CPR: character, proficiency, and resiliency. Meaning that in order to have a thriving community, our character is foundational. Our proficiency in the basics of education, income, and health essential, and our resiliency is key to our sustainability. We need our youth achieving their potential, we need families financially stable, and we need everyone to be as healthy as can be. We share these values with PG&E. By way of highlighting the alignment of our organizational goals, we find PG&E's community programs also focused on similar areas: education and training, economic and community vitality, environmental stewardship, and emergency preparedness. PG&E is endeavoring to create opportunities for students, foster safe and vibrant neighborhoods, and preserve California's natural resources. We both have many decades of experience providing support and opportunity for our neighboring communities. Having said that, I respect PG&E's decision to decommission Diablo by 2025, and am hopeful that they will have enough time for responsible.
Lost the sound? Oh, okay. All right.
Sir,
I believe your time has
microphone
expired.
has been cut off, sir.
Sharon? Oh,
Thank you.
Michael Manchak. He's outside, okay. Doug Stevens.
Just remind the speakers that you each have 2 minutes and the time will automatically expire with the microphone off.
Doug Stevens. Karl Dudley. Karl Dudley. He's coming, okay. Karl Dudley will be followed by Amina Karim.
Good afternoon. My name is Karl Dudley. I'm a 30-plus year resident of San Luis Obispo. I do not work for PG&E. I have a lot of friends that do, and I do have solar on my home. Like so many others, I'm in shock with the announcement to close the Diablo Canyon Nuclear Power Plant at the end of their current license. The uncertainty of the full economic impact to the California Central Coast region is unknown at this time, but I do believe it will be devastating if you don't extend the land use lease to match the operating license expiration in 2025. The financial and civic impact is going to be great whenever it happens, but can be minimized with time to plan. Please give us the opportunity to have an orderly redesign of our local economy and extend the current land lease as proposed by staff. Now, I'm going to give you a gift of time by concluding, and I hope you'll do the same with us. Thank you.
Amina Karim, followed by Irv McMillan.
Good afternoon. My name is Amina Karim. I'm the president and CEO of the San Luis Obispo Chamber of Commerce. I'm here today representing the largest business organization on the Central Coast, representing over 1,440 members that collectively employ over 34,000 people in our county, and with a long track record of fighting for environmental, economic, and social well-being of our region. We are here to respectfully express our support for the staff recommendations to extend the lease to 2025. We believe it represents and supports your mission, which includes responsible economic development. The economic footprint of PG&E and Diablo Canyon cannot be overstated. PG&E is our largest private employer in our county, and Diablo Canyon Power Plant is a vital economic engine, infusing over $1 billion into our economy. The employees of Diablo Canyon and their families are deeply integrated into the fabric of our community, serving on our nonprofit boards, in our schools, and in our workplaces. The tax revenues and property taxes support our schools and communities, and there are hundreds of local nonprofits and small businesses that rely on their direct and indirect revenue generated by PG&E. In fact, PG&E is one of the greatest charitable contributors in our county, supporting and investing in the social fabric and the social net of our community. We urge you to extend the lease. It's critical to transition our community so that we can grow our local economy to absorb these uniquely skilled employees and the thousands of high-wage jobs they provide. This requires time. Extension of the lease will provide critical planning time for local government, higher education, local schools, businesses, and nonprofits, the opportunity to proactively envision the kind of future we want to have and transition to that vision. PG&E and its cooperative agreements with organized labor and so many environmental organizations have provided us a model of evolution to a renewable future. We urge you to extend the lease so we have the opportunity to bridge to that future. Thank you so much for the opportunity to comment.
Irv McMillan. Is Irv McMillan here? Ken Thompson. Is Ken Thompson here? Dr. Jean Nelson. Dr. Jean Nelson will be followed by John Ewan.
Hello, my name is Gene Nelson. I'm a government liaison for CGNP and a scientist. While we support an extension of the leases to 2025 at a minimum, we have multiple concerns with the proposal. One, enforcement mechanisms regarding PG&E's renewable substitutions for Diablo Canyon appear to be absent. PG&E Executive Williams told us this morning the plant will operate for 6 more years. Please clarify. The 18 terawatt hour block of high-quality power from Diablo Canyon can't be replaced with solar or wind for several technical reasons. Global warming has already caused serious curtailment of large California hydro, so that option is foreclosed. California's high power rates, already the 8th highest in the U.S., will climb further. Why? Because renewables are so expensive. Taking the Topaz Solar Project as a baseline, scaling it up to equal Diablo Canyon, has a more than $31 billion, that's billion price tag, with over 120 square miles of energy sprawl. Storage is needed for substantially increasing costs. You've already seen the 2015 JP Morgan study on deep reduction of California emissions and power production, called for by California legislation and executive orders. A balanced power system with more nuclear, not zero nuclear power, is the most cost-effective way to reach the goal. The California Independent System Operator has widely promoted the so-called CAL-ISO duck. I'd like to introduce another animal, courtesy of the California Department of Commerce. This is the shark fin. This is the population boom projected for California from 37 million in 2010 to about 52 million in 2060. The population boom will swamp any demand reduction. High-speed electric trains, electric vehicles. Hello? The dirty secret of the California power grid is the massive amount of lethal coal power still imported from out of state, often hidden in graphics as part of the imports. The CEC notes that the amount of dirty coal power is about 18 terawatt hours. And what we have here is a problem, folks, because what's going to happen if we propose to close down Diablo Canyon, we're going to import even more dirty.
John, is John Ewan here? John? Liz Moody? Liz Moody will be followed by Ty Safrendo.
Good afternoon. I'm Liz Moody. I work at Canon. We're an engineering firm in San Luis Obispo. And I'm a longtime resident of San Luis Obispo. I'm also a mother of 2 young children. And I'm part of the San Luis Obispo business community. And I'm here in support of staff recommendations as written, and I urge you to move forward and extend PG&E's lease as expeditiously as possible. Thank you.
Ty Safrino, followed by Patrick Ellsworth.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Ty Safrino. I'm the founder and CEO of Trust Automation. We're a 26-year-old San Luis Obispo technology company. We employ 70 people, 20 of them are engineers. Our relationship with PG&E is only as a customer. We don't have any other relationships, and I'm here on behalf of our company and the people that work for us. I sit on many San Luis Obispo community economic boards. These organizations are the ones that are focused on the stability and health of our community, as of last week, looking at how to transition with the advent of the closure of the plant. What we know is that an abrupt closure of the plant is going to have a dramatic effect on our economy. It's going to have a dramatic effect on our community, on our schools. And in the coming to here and thinking about this, the best analogy I had was one that recently I've been working with aging parents. My father, who is quite old, went in the hospital, and immediately we had not one crisis on our hands, but actually 2. And it was described to us by the doctors as when you have 2 people that have been highly integrated, they work together kind of as cogs in a machine, and when one's removed, there's typically a dramatic effect on the other and a breakdown. This is no different than the way PG&E is integrated into our community. If you remove this highly integrated piece with all of the families that work there, what they produce and what they give to the economy, and you abruptly take it out by not renewing these licenses in the lease, you're going to have the same breakdown for the San Luis Obispo region. And one of your charters is to prevent that type of thing from happening. So I urge you to please renew these leases. The EIR is an unnecessary process which will extend and cause problems, and to allow our community the time that it needs to adapt to this soon because it's, as I've said prior last week, you know, I have a 10-year-old child that was born yesterday. 9 years is not that much time. It'll be upon us, and we need time to plan. Thank you very much.
Patrick Ellsworth. You'll read it for him? Okay. State your name then. for the-
My name is Dustin Schultz. I'm reading this for Patrick Ellsworth. He's a 28-year-old veteran of U.S. Navy Nuclear Propulsion Program and an employee at Diablo Canyon Power Plant. His thoughts are his own. First, let me say that I appreciate the proposal agreement between PG&E and the various environmental organizations. This plan represents the unfortunate best-case scenario for both the employees of DCPP and San Luis Obispo County. With that being said, I am both baffled and disgusted by what has happened. Less than a year ago, over 150 countries around the globe met in France, a country 80% powered by nuclear, to discuss how we as a planet would fight climate change. And yet, as of last week, politicians and environmentalists across California are applauding the eventual closure of DCPP. This plan assures that by 2025, California will have made zero progress toward a cleaner grid because the gains from energy efficiency and the continued rollout of renewables will not come close to offsetting the 17,000 gigawatt hours of carbon-free electricity provided by DCPP. To me, it is shockingly sad that 60 years after the advent of commercial nuclear energy, people still do not understand it, and worse, actually fear it. I look forward to supporting the last 9 years of clean, safe, and reliable operation of Diablo Canyon Power Plant. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Jessye Quayar.
For the record, my name is Jessye Quayar, and I am representing myself as I am a PG&E employee at Diablo Canyon. I implore the State's Lands Commission to renew the intake leases without requiring any additional environmental review. The daily operation of the plant has and will remain unchanged. Therefore, the impacts to the environment remain unchanged. This is why I believe the CEQA requirements do not apply and should not be required. I would like to know who in this audience does not own a cell phone. I would like to know who doesn't use a refrigerator, who does not turn on the lights when the sun goes down. These are technologies that we take for granted and require a reliable power grid. If you are on the electric grid, you are implicit in the use of electricity and where you get your power. Even if you're off the grid, all power generation carries a risk and creates harm to the environment. Even wind and solar require extensive impacts to mine and manufacture. We need to have every tool available to supply power to the masses while combating greenhouse gases and global warming. Having nuclear as part of California's portfolio is carbon-free, safe, and reliable. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much to everyone who has provided testimony today, and particularly to all in the audience and your patience. Let me now open it up to members of the commission. Ms. Lucchese, do you have anything before we deliberate? Okay.
Nothing.
Well, I'll start.
Why don't you start? Good.
I'll start.
Pick up on it.
All right.
Either one of us. Got to unpack all this.
We do have to unpack all this. And actually, Commissioner Newsom, I took to heart, I think, your guidance to all of us a few months ago, and that is, we have to be the stewards of fact with respect to how we move forward. And, these are not easy issues. I did take time to visit Diablo Canyon Power Plant and had an opportunity to really understand the operation and to meet some of the employees. And first, I just have to say, hats off to you for 40 years of reliable service and professional service. It is something that we don't applaud, frankly, in terms of where we've come since the plant was first constructed. But I also was struck by how safety is by far the foremost concern in that facility, from every aspect of the operation to every conversation that I had with every employee on that site. It all had to do with safety and reliability. And what I want to say about the CEQA issue is this. I think we live in times where we're just surrounded by a lot of uncertainty. And I do think we've heard a lot of speculation. I'm not sure that I'm comfortable that I've heard a lot of facts. My own sense of the authority that this commission can exercise independently is that the facts are not there. And frankly, I feel like if they were there, we would have grabbed onto them already. And so I know we live in dangerous times with respect to seismic risk. This is a different world with respect to being more susceptible to terrorism and acts of terrorism. But we also have, I think, a responsibility here to balance all of these different interests and needs. And with respect to the issue of the marine life and what we can expect if the commission decides to approve these leases, I do want to say that a lot of work has actually been done at the State Water Resources Control Board with respect to mitigation measures to ensure compliance with the once-through cooling policy. And I think if this commission is prepared to approve the leases, I would like to direct staff to just call on the Water Resources Control Board to remind them that we do want them to fully implement those mitigation measures to ensure compliance. These are not new requirements. These have been established. I think people are familiar with what they are. All parties are familiar with what they are. But this is about really all state agencies, all hands on deck to be sure that we're moving forward responsibly. And there are going to be a lot of agencies, state and federal and local, involved in the transition should this commission approve the leases to look at what will transpire over the next 9 years. The other aspect I just want to comment about is that I really encourage PG&E and frankly all of the regulatory agencies and oversight agencies throughout this process to err on the side of more public input. I heard a lot of information today that frankly was shared really out of ignorance. And there is a lot of misinformation going back and forth. This is not the time for that. And I think I just want to get a commitment from PG&E that in terms of the public input process in the next 30 days, that it will also include public education and really having the patience to answer any and all questions with respect to what we're really facing in this agreement that you have entered into with various parties of the environmental community. So given that, this is a tough decision. Mr. Geesman, you've admonished us in terms of our ability to live with this decision. It is a serious decision. And but frankly, I go to sleep every night really feeling susceptible to a lot of different threats. And to the extent that I continue to serve on this body, I'm going to be sure that whatever process unfolds, and much of it before the CPUC, that we continue to be sure that this transition happens responsibly. So I'm prepared to adopt the staff recommendation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate you going first. I try to collect my thoughts, but I don't think I have effectively done that, and I'm going to prove that point right now. I mean, I think we heard every conceivable point of view and perspective that possibly could be offered on the subject matter of nuclear energy, nuclear power, seismic safety, the fate and future of our planet, our capacity to deliver on our promotion and promises of renewables in a safe, reliable way, the different ideological perspectives of just vehemence against nuclear, the ideological perspective that it is the solution, and the like. We started this process publicly, at least, in December of last year. And there were some public statements that were made by the Commission. I made some that my sense was, and good people can disagree with this, that this plant was inevitably going to be shut down for various reasons. That was my sense. I could be wrong. But that was my sense of looking at the tea leaves, looking at the regulatory environment out there, looking at all the various agencies that PG&E and others need to check off over the course of the next few years, state, local, federal agencies and the like. And that if that were the case, let us not make the mistakes we made at San Onofre. Let's not fail to plan. Let's have a conversation now about what that means to the workforce, what that means to community, what that means to our efforts to provide alternative energy sources at a competitive price. And that was the discussion that unfolded over the course of the next few months. Yes, many private meetings, God forbid. Welcome to my office anytime to have those. I had dozens of them with lots of you. Folks from the environmental community, folks from PG&E, you name it. Everyone seemed to attach themselves to these conversations. No secrets here. No one hiding here. Hardly negotiations, but conversations, important conversations about can we deliver on a bridge on these renewables? I mean, I have that legitimate question as well. Can we do it? Can that be done in 10 years? Some folks said, no, it absolutely could be done in a few months. I mean, I'm not kidding. I had folks saying there, oh, we could do it today. Okay. And they said, I've got a book I wrote, not just the books here that prove it. I mean, I had folks, a lot of smart folks out there that certain points of view, and sort of the point of the chair that we have to unpack all these things. We had a public meeting again. Not many folks showed up in February, but they were invited. We had another public meeting in April. We encouraged folks. Not many folks showed up to be invited in order to get feedback, in order to engage. And then when we got closer to this date, there was some more vigor in terms of those meetings that were being held. We made great progress with labor. That was, to me, a foundational issue. That's what we expressed in December. We want to take care of our workforce. They matter. And you brought that home to me with all those kids that showed up, reminding me it's not just about the individuals that are employed, it's about their families. And you did that again today. I had folks out there, a former mayor of San Francisco, trust me, seismic issues are front and center in terms of my consciousness. Out there regaling me with all the latest evidence on all these new seismic concerns, that are not insignificant concerns. I mean, this is not the preeminent site if you are concerned about seismic safety. And then we started having the environmental conversations. No one's hiding anything. No one's trying to, people were just trying in good faith to see if we can make this thing happen and try to bring people together. And then the deal was announced, a deal that on the surface was unbelievably well received. I mean, Bernie Sanders himself tweeted, this is a model for the nation. Some of the most prominent progressives celebrating this deal, not just hard-headed conservatives. It was a cross-section of folks that thought this had some merits. But then we come back to the question at hand here today. And what is our scope? I mean, I think there's a bit of a mythology that the State Lands Commission could determine the fate and future of this plant. We're not being asked to shut it down today, nor do we have the power to do that. Even if we have the power to indulge in an environmental review, I thought an interesting comment. Environmental reviews are used usually to delay things, not necessarily a fast-track thing. I thought that was an interesting comment from representatives of the Bay Area Council. Because one thing I know intimately is these environmental reviews never go as fast and as clean as you expect. There'll be folks litigating these things and relitigating them, and these things could last forever. Meanwhile, we're not having this kind of collaboration that I think we have the opportunity to have that was presented here today. Look, I'm long-windedly expressing a process here of consideration and sort of getting to the point at hand. San Onofre was a disaster. It increased wholesale energy costs, it hurt working folks, it hurt the economy, and it increased greenhouse gas emissions. All objective facts. Germany's been a disaster. Shutting down 8 nuclear plants precipitously, They've increased their greenhouse gas emissions. They bought more coal. They're over 50% in their electrical portfolio with coal. That's not a solution either. So I'm not ideologically opposed to nuclear. I'm good friends with Stuart Brand. He sat me there in Sausalito regaling me about the merits of nuclear. But I'm just trying to do my best here as a member of this commission to try to process this in a way that can service the community, service labor, and service the environment. And I think our staff, and this is my final point, has done a very good job. And I get a little defensive, and it's not because we're part of the establishment or something, all that stuff. I admire this staff. It's one of the best environmental staffs in the country. And I rely on them. And I honor them and respect their integrity. And they've guided us through with some thoughts on this that like the chair, I'm inclined to support. And I appreciate, Jennifer, your willingness to hold the parties accountable to the promises, because I heard that expressed through public comment, that there's a lot of mistrust out there, and we have the opportunity to do that because we have a trigger on this lease that says if you're not following through on all these things, this lease expires, it terminates, which should be a celebration for those folks that are opposed. That's not even conditional on an environmental review, by the way. That's just termination if a lot of things don't occur. That's actually even more potent and powerful than an environmental review that actually has limited scope, not as broad as I think some people suggest. So I just want to say I appreciate the work of the staff. I appreciate the comments of the chair and her hard work on this. I admire labor willing to step into this debate because I know how difficult it is for the workforce down there. I admire the public testimony about the impact in the community around schools and public safety and how we have to be cognizant of that. And it's the old plan, old adage, right? If you fail to plan, you're planning on fail. And I think this will provide a bridge where that San Onofre was a ditch. And we have the opportunity to hold folks accountable and do something, I think, that at the end of the day we can all be proud of. But please, folks, don't accuse this commission of, it's on your watch and you won't be able to sleep at night. That kind of rhetoric, that's divisive rhetoric. These are weighty topics, but that kind of threat, that doesn't do you, actually, you lose a lot in that. I think some of those folks, you're better than that. We take this very, very seriously. And I know you do too, and I wish we can present our points of view in a more enlivening manner, particularly with the kids that are presented here. They're looking for a little better example than that. So with that, I'm going to be supportive as well, with appreciation of your point of view around our water boards doing what they're supposed to be doing, and support the recommendation from staff and move this on, unless you have some compelling arguments that would disrupt this point of view and undermine it.
Okay. Commissioner Ortega.
I do not. I am also in support of the staff's recommendation.
Well, that was too easy. So with that, I would officially move, Madam Chair, the item and staff recommendation.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Newsom to adopt the staff recommendation.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Ortega, without objection. Such will be the order. Thank you.
Thank you all.
And Ms. Lucchese, you'll be sure that we do our communication with the State Water Resources Control Board.
Certainly,
Okay.
and I will make sure to copy each of the commissioners on that correspondence.
All right, very well. Thank you, everyone, for the patience, and for those who testified. We very much appreciate all of the input. Why don't we take a 5-minute break just to regroup, and we'll be back in our next item.